Hello, hello. It's that time. That magical time of the week where I sit down and I play otome game. In this case, particularly centered around women, but that's not a bad thing by any means. And let me tell you, I've been like, I've definitely been feeling this game a lot more than I was feeling Heart of the Woods. Not that I think Heart of the Woods is bad, but like, I don't know, there's just like... this game really got my gears turning a lot more. And I really, like, all day, like, last Thursday, I was just sitting around like, man, I want to play more TwoFold. And I abstained because, well, Women Wednesday, right? But that being said, I've been looking forward to this all week. I am really feeling kind of like tired and a little gross because it has been a little bit of a hectic day for me. But in fact, actually, story time. Actually, I think I think I can safely talk about this on stream without doxing myself. Because as I mentioned, I've been like on that job hunt, right? And I've been getting a fair few like callbacks and like interviews, maybe like slowing down a little bit with the summer, but you know, I'm still looking. But one thing I've also learned is that a lot of people, and I do mean a lot of people, they like to be a little, how do you put it? Cheeky? And they try to like take advantage of your job hunting to like kind of like scam you or, you know, take advantage of you. It happens. Like I've gotten like a few calls from like people who are like trying to like get my personal information, or like usually it'll be like you'll get the call and they'll be on the phone and it's like, oh, we have a job opportunity for you and we're gonna hire you immediately. And you know, if you know anything about how the job flow of the world works, that can't happen. They have to go through like natural interview and screening process, so never expect anyone to just outright hire you unless you've like actively applied. And a lot of the time, but thankfully like I'm kind of familiar with their tricks, so I kind of know the right questions to ask. Like case in point, there was this one time where like I had a call from like a woman with like a very, very thick accent, by the way, who was just like, oh, we want to hire you for a customer service job that pays $15 an hour. And immediately I'm just like, oh, well, what's the schedule? And she was like, it pays you $15 an hour. And I was like, but is this like a weekly schedule, weekend, day, night? And she was just lost. Like, you could tell she was not prepared or expecting that question. And after about like 2 more minutes of me asking me like probing questions, it just became very apparent like, oh no, this job isn't real. But that's not what happened today. Today, I had another individual reach out to me who was like, hey, we totally have a job for you. We're not going to tell you any details over the phone, though. We want you to just come to our location and talk to us about it. And I was like, okay, that sounds a little odd. Where are you located? And no joke, the address they give me, literally right across the street from an old apartment I used to rent like a few years back, in the same apartment complex. And immediately I'm just kind of like, I used to live across the street from there. You sure that's an office building? And they were like, oh, yeah. And then they got kind of like nervous, so I decided to call up my old landlord, right? And my old landlord was just kind of like, oh no, to our knowledge, no one uses that for business use, and that's actually against the lease agreement. We're gonna have to look into that, actually. So, basically we'll have 2 things going to play out. I was being outright lied to, or they were offering me a genuine job opportunity, but they're basically operating from their apartment, which the leasing company is not okay with, and they're going to get in trouble anyway. Which means even if I had taken them up on that, it would have been a pretty unstable job situation anyway, because Lord knows I probably would have been like booed out at any given moment, you know? So, a little disheartening, because it's like, you know, I am trying to find a legitimate job, but alas. But yeah, that was my day today. But you know, all we can really do is keep looking for that job. It is like kind of starting to like kind of bug me a little bit. I haven't found anything yet, but all I can do is keep looking. But hey, in the meantime, we got women. I'm also starting a lot earlier in the day than I usually would for Wednesdays, only because I also have an extremely hectic day tomorrow, and it's going to be starting very early. So, I want to start a little bit earlier because I remember last time I went a little shorter than I wanted to, only because it started to get a little late. So yeah, today I kind of want to start a little bit earlier because honestly, even with just one session, I'm really enjoying this game a lot more. And I want to see more. And if I do get that brain warp time, hopefully I'm starting early enough I can afford myself the extra hour or two before we before we really dive headfirst into the depths of the game. But I think that's more than enough yapping for me. That's 5 minutes of yapping. That's way more than I usually do before I start the game. And yeah, I'm just gonna stop being around bush. Let's play some game, right? Yeah. Cram session.
This is the end for me.
You said that very abruptly when I forgot. I forgot that was what we ended it on. Anyway. Whew. I groan, scribbling out an entire paragraph in frustration before just crumpling the paper in defeat. If it were any other time in my life, I may have accepted the admittedly mediocre work I've been struggling over for the past 3 hours. Unfortunately, I can't. Especially not here, where from my spot in the corner of the diner, I can see Mom rushing to and fro to fulfill a giant to-go order that came in during her lunch break. She practically wrestled me back to the seat when I tried to help her. The very least I should do while I'm here is write a good paper, I thought, but no such luck. I can barely get a full sentence down before second-guessing it. It's supposed to be a simple creative process, or a simple creative exercise. Analyzing 2 short stories and create our own in the same style.
What does analyze even mean? If he'd said critique, at least I could just complain.
Oh, is that grumbling I hear?
Hey, girl. Millie peeks over my shoulder for a moment before giggling at my surprise, sighing the sea across from me. I should be embarrassed all the drafts scattered about the table. Instead, I barely grimace as she gingerly pushes some of the crumpled papers aside.
I see you have your work cut out for you already, huh?
My torture, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Luckily for you, I'm here to rescue you.
Humming to herself triumphantly, she pulls a tote bag upright, rummaging around the contents inside. She pulls 2 notebooks out with a theatrical ta-da gesture, waving them in front of her face.
Notebooks?
Yeah, perfect for reading.
Not just any notebooks. Take a look.
Oh, you brought different flavors. In one hand, a bright pink one labeled Notes is adorned with all manner of sticky notes, bookmarks, and scrap papers sticking out from it. The other is more plain, black without eye-catching material besides a sticker of a cat. Wary, I take the pink one and begin flipping through it. Every page has a neat header, date, and notes from top to bottom. Most of them have a works cited section naming the textbook and relevant story. In all, it looks like a teacher's assistant cheat sheet for the entire class. Detailed, easy to navigate, and an even better resource than the textbook itself.
What? How did you get this?
What do you mean?
Which professor did you steal it from? I won't tell.
Contrary to what you may believe, Olive, some people are genuinely that studious.
You're flattering me. They're my notes from the semester. I took that class already, remember?
No way. My face must portray the accurate amount of awe and a healthy amount of alarm because she quickly laughs and takes the notebook, closing it.
Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't bother being so meticulous if it was anything but writing. But since I was running the club, I really wanted them to stand the test of time. I do want them back, but...
She timidly plays with her braid for a moment, looking a bit sheepish.
Well, the class is pretty front-heavy on essay work. You can use them as reference if you ever feel lost or need inspiration.
I don't know what to say.
That's very generous.
Just, obviously... Thank you. Really. I owe you.
Please, it's fine.
She pauses as the bell at the restaurant rings, a customer hopping up to the front and collecting their bags upon bags of takeout. As they leave, the smell of fresh pressed paninis and fries follows.
Well, actually, if you could cook something for me again, that may be a fair trade. I've been daydreaming about those muffins.
If I pass this next round of papers, I'll make you a full course meal.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's a deal. You better not fail on purpose to weasel out of it.
If only I had the luxury. Millie scoots back out the booth, pulling up her tone and adjusting her vest.
Well, I'm off. Tunebug needs an oil change. I'll tell your mom you're in good hands.
Sure, take it. Wait, you know my mom?
She gives a smug, sparkling smile and accentuates it with a little shrug.
You look like her. And when I came in, she couldn't stop boasting about how proud she is of her kids sitting in the back working non-stop on their college papers.
I sink into my seat, feeling heat rush to my face. From the corner of my eye, I see Millie give my mom a big wave who returns in kind.
Right. Thanks.
You're embarrassing me.
Oh, you're so dramatic. You should feel lucky to have such a doting mom.
It's more about how openly she'll air out my struggles to strangers. But yeah.
Millie laughs a bit and shakes her head, taking her leave without further ado. When the bell chimes to signify her exit, I heave a giant sigh and slump entirely in the booth. The second notebook sits across me at the table untouched. I drag it over to my side and flip open the first page. A bright pink sticky note immediately catches my eye, so I sit back up straight to read it. Hang in there.
I'll try.
Aw. The other pages are filled with mistakes. First drafts, forgotten ideas, paragraphs that forget their meaning halfway through. Far from anything I'd seen Millie show in public before. I flip open my own notebook and begin my first draft. Again. A few days later. I walk up through the streets with my plastic bag ruffling away in hand. When I check my phone for directions, I catch the time as well. It's 11 o'clock on the dot. I'm right on time. The paper went well enough, a solid B+, which means I'm on the hook for a meal. Their apartment's quite a hike from my own on foot, but the traffic around here is light, and the nearby buildings look well maintained, if not very modern. I eventually locate the complex entrance and make my way through the gate, find my way outside their door not long after. I give it a couple quick knocks. A second or two of silent passes before a muffled voice speaks up from inside.
Hello, who is it?
It's me, Barry.
It's just me.
It was me, Barry. With a click and a shunt, the lock jewels open, with the door itself following soon after. I've actually never seen the word shunt. What does that mean? A surgically created passage or device that diverts fluid. I'm pretty sure that's not the application in this case. Probably one of those words that has multiple meanings, but... Oh, there we go. Okay. To turn off to one side, or to switch, to provide with, or divert. Okay. So yeah, probably just a fancy way of saying this door is swinging aside.
Good afternoon, Olive. Come right in.
I follow the cheery woman as she walks back in, carefully closing the door behind me. Noticing the shoes stacked on the carpet beside the door, I shuffle off my own and nudge with my feet before continuing on into the small entryway. Okay, I like the little otter plush. I love otters. That's a cute little plush. As I scan the living room, it's clear that things have been hastily tied up for my arrival, in the same way that a reluctant child might clean their bedroom when told to by their mother. While the floor is mostly clean, clothes have been piled on the backs of seats and peek around bulging cardboard doors. Books, plush animals, magazines, and DVDs all lie where they were last used. And the dining tables become a makeshift study area by the looks of things.
Sorry for the mess.
Homie, this is nothing compared to what I've seen.
No, it's nice. Well, aside from...
I trail off as my gaze turns to the kitchenette to my left. Unwashed dishes and glasses sit piled up in or around the sink, and jars of ingredients sit neglected on the counter. It all must have gone bad by now. I start rubbing the back of my neck as the anxiety creeps in. My diner's hygiene and kitchen protocols having been drilled into me for years has affected me more than I thought. I feel that, though. Like, honestly, like, it's hard for me to, like, see a dirty kitchen. Like, I worked in food service for so long, and now, like, whenever I see a dirty kitchen, it's just like, ugh, no.
We're not as tidy as we could be.
It's not that unusual, I guess.
It's not. I'm surprised how unconvincing I made that sound.
I'll clean up before getting started. I brought some stock and rice, so I should be able to work with whatever else is here.
Thank you so much. If I have one more pack of noodles, it might be the end of me.
Even Bulldog? I'm glad I came. Nobody should be living solely off ramen.
Before you start, at least let me show you around.
Sure, lead the way.
Ooh, oh, excuse me, I'm a lot sleepier than I thought. And today was a very hectic day. Oh. After pointing out this and that, from the location of the bathroom to where Haley and Caprice's rooms are, we arrive at Millie's room as she swings open the door.
And this is my bedroom. It's a bit cramped, but you get used to it.
I mean, hey, sometimes you don't need a lot of space. She's not wrong about the size. Most of the apartment space is being dedicated to the combined living room and kitchen. She's made good use of it, though. The bookshelf being filled to capacity, and a laptop and well-used notebooks get weaved onto an old table in the corner. It's impressive that she's managed to make such a claustrophobic space feel so homely. A series of books on the shelf next to me catches my eye, and I reach out to take one of the thicker ones. The majority of her books seem to be in this style, being plain hardcovers with titles in gilded cursive, as many being non-fiction as fiction. As Millie looks back to me for comment, I realize I probably should have asked first.
Sorry, curiosity got the better of me. I have to admit, though, child psych is a pretty niche genre.
Looking back over this particular space on the shelf, she has quite a few books on the subject.
Looks like I've been found out. I want to write children's books. A lot of people think it's easy, but there's actually a lot of thought behind them.
Honestly, yeah.
Huh. When you said you liked writing, I assumed that meant you wanted to be a novelist or something.
No, I mean, honestly, children's books, yeah, they're not that easy. Because, yeah, like, maybe you don't have to, like, be as, like, eloquent with the writing or, you know, have as much of a volume of text. But you still gotta, like, have a way to, like, keep the kids' attention, you know?
I wouldn't mind trying my hand at it, but children's books are where my heart is. To see a parent reading my books to their child and seeing their faces light up as they learn about the world, it might not be the most glamorous or well-paying career, but I wouldn't care if I knew I'd achieved that. Sorry, I'm rambling. We should get started on lunch, shouldn't we?
As I nod, I find myself struck by her conviction. With the pile of dirty dishes slowly starting to shrink, I manage to make good progress in the washing while Millie ties up elsewhere in the apartment. They're inspired or embarrassed by me being here. I could probably just shift some things aside and cook right now, but might as well go to the whole 9 yards if she's going to as well. Being at the door of the apartment barely reaches my ears past the noise of the running tap. It isn't long before I see who our visitor is, poking her head around the corner. She's not a visitor, she's an occupant, you little goblin. Haley just manages to keep her placid face at the sight of me, taking off her ever-present headphones and sitting around her neck with practice ease. I'm starting to wonder if she wears them to bed at this rate.
Hey, Millie! Some weirdo's broken in and is doing our dishes.
Let them finish before calling the cops.
Fair.
Okay.
Hi, Haley.
Has Millie really stuck you on dishwashing duty?
Technically, I was here to make lunch, but there's no point in making food if there's nothing to put it on.
I'd apologize for the mess, but I assume Millie's beat me to the punch already.
Is it always like this?
We just scavenge whatever's mostly clean till we run out of plates. It's worked out fine for 2 years now.
Oh, that's no way to live. You live like this? 2 years of living like this. God damn it. I can't believe I ever had second thoughts about having my life together. Man. Olive, you gotta stop being on the same wavelength as me, homie. As Millie comes in, Haley gives her a quick wave.
Caprice lives here too, right? Am I cooking for 3 or 4?
She's visiting her mom, so it's 3 today.
Convenient you pick a day she's not present, I see. Millie still comes across as annoyed at the mere mention of her. I guess the rivalry runs pretty deep.
3 it is then. Any allergies?
The important questions.
I'm allergic to greens.
It's not an allergy, Ugh. How am I supposed to tell if she's joking when she uses that deadpan voice? The only hint is Millie's unsurprised sigh. Millie sails the end of lunch as she sets her fork down. Oh, well, we're just jumping right ahead. The curry I made with foraged ingredients, made extra mild at Millie's request, turned out to be a hit with the two, both of them looking satisfied with their meal.
Thanks again for that. That was amazing compared to what we usually have.
Could have been spicier.
I'll leave the recipe. You can cook some up yourself, that's exactly how you like it. First time in a while I've cooked a meal for people other than myself, so I'm glad it worked out alright.
Isn't that expensive? Living alone and all?
I've always been... what's the best word for it?
Cheap?
Frugal?
Well, let's go with frugal. Only needing to cook for myself saves a lot of time. Plus, I get leftover vegetables and stuff from work that are about to expire and can't be used.
Yep, working in a kitchen, you'll never go hungry.
Ah, I do something similar. I save a bit by sometimes visiting bakeries just before they close for the day. They'll usually throw extra food in the bag for you that probably won't sell in time.
Do you guys actually cook much?
I can cook the basics.
Haley's eyes narrow. You're lying.
The very basics.
I can toast bread. That's how basic I am.
Same. Rice and pasta are easy enough to throw in a pot.
That's true.
And Caprice?
Caprice is banned from cooking.
Oh no.
Ever since the egg incident, yes.
Egg incident? Oh, accidentally. That's why we have history. I may want to hear the details, but looks on their faces makes it clear this is ground best left untrodden. Our conversation is interrupted by a simultaneous buzzing from mine and Millie's phones, likely from the Running Club group chat. It's rare to get any sort of discussion in it, and I've admittedly been pretty bad about checking in myself. Millie, however, reaches for her phone immediately. Just as quickly, a frown forms on her face. Curiosity getting the better of me, I pull my phone out of my pocket to see for myself. Hey, sorry I know this is last second. I won't be at the next meeting. Oh. Is there a reason why? I guess my attendance sheet to faculty soon. Yeah, sorry, just a busy week in general. Can I at least get your signature sometime this week? IDK, I'll try. Lamau. Since we're giving advance warning this time, I'm out too. Oh, that's Heather. That's 100% Heather right there, the little snake, isn't it? The answer's no, by the way, before you ask. I look up from my screen and see Millie slump in her seat. Her phone buzzes again not long after, the message only making her frown more.
What's up?
It's Tanya.
Is that bad?
She said she'd get some of her friends in her machinist class to sign for Darren and Heather.
Okay, so that was Darren, I was wondering. With a long, exasperated sigh, Millie drags herself up, excusing herself to the nearby kitchen to sift through their cupboards.
Bad news?
Haley leans in closer to me, keeping her voice down while she pries.
What do you think?
She doesn't respond to my sarcasm directly, instead opting for one of those shrugs she loves so much.
Welcome to the writing club, I guess.
My head firmly meets the countertop in an over-exaggerated display of frustration. It doesn't last very long, with a sharp cleaner of the throat from Millie bringing my eyes back upward.
I keep this bottle hidden away in the back for special occasions. I guess they don't all need to be positive ones. Either of you interested in a glass?
She places the wine bottle and a couple glasses on the counter, now that my head is no longer occupying the space.
When'd you get that?
Oh, well, you know.
Twirls hair.
I'll pass.
I've got a shift tonight, so I better not either.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's more than fair.
Okay, honestly though, respect to Olive for like going out of their way to like cook for the homies even though they work still. Mentioning it out loud reminds me to check my phone again to confirm the time. Good thing I did. I stayed a bit longer than I had planned. I take to my feet, pushing my seat in after I'm up.
On that note, I better start making my way home to prepare. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for the meal. You're a lifesaver. Really.
No problem. I wouldn't mind doing it again sometime.
Oh, we couldn't.
Sounds like a plan. Looking forward to it.
And yeah, sometimes it's just nice to share a meal with the homies, you know?
Haley.
The pout. The bickering manages to eke a smile out of me, despite the last-second downer the club brought to our lunch. With a quick wave and a couple goodbyes, I leave the two to enjoy the rest of their day. A few days later. Every so often, I find myself covering a shift for someone who's called out sick. I don't mind usually, these things happen and the work's not so bad once you get into a rhythm for the day. Today is different, however. Not because it's unusually busy, but the exact opposite. With a full staff on hand, which is to say my mom is also here, for the expected Saturday lunchtime rush, a feeling of impatience permeates the entire place. Bored out of my mind from hours of cleaning an immaculate and quite empty diner just to fill time, I prop the mop bucket up against the wall and pull out my phone for a quick break. Okay, I feel that though, because there is nothing worse than like downtime in a kitchen job, because eventually you do hit that wall, right? Like you can only clean things so much. Obviously you're not going to be like preparing any food if no one's ordering. It's just like one of those things where it's like, why am I here? I mean, I'm getting paid, but why am I here? The bell above the door breaks me from my boredom in a flash. I fold my phone into my pocket and skip over to the door. Somehow seeing Olive skip sounds, it's just like a funny mental image. As I walk up to the entrance, I slow as I notice a familiar face. My mind crashes for a moment as the two worlds I live in once again intersect. My confusion is shared by Darren, words stuck in his throat as he works through the same situation. This is the second time familiar faces casually walk through that door. One more instance like this, and I'm going to stop thinking it's just a coincidence.
Oh, sorry, I blanked for a second. Come in. Sit wherever you'd like.
That's fine. I was a bit thrown off too. I had no idea you worked here.
A friend from school?
I turned beside me to see Mom idling up, her ears apparently having picked up the conversation.
Yeah.
Darren gives an awkward chuckle, nerves getting the better of him.
You two can have lunch together. It's about your break time anyway.
Mom.
We're not exactly busy. It'll be fine.
Even if you weren't being insistent, it'd look bad to Darren if I protested staying with him too much. I reluctantly gave a shrug and motion for him to follow. She skips off as we take a seat to give us some space. I can already imagine the quizzing I'm going to get after he's gone.
Here for lunch? It's only about 11, isn't it?
Hey, you can eat lunch early.
I usually eat around now
Exactly.
if I can. Lets me get in and out before the crowds start forming.
Exactly. If you're eating out, let me tell you, best time is to eat before, like either eat early or late, right? Because like noon to 1, like between noon and 2 is like usually the busy time for a lot of restaurants. So if you want like to get in and out for your meal, go in before noon, like usually around 11 is fine. Or just wait until a little bit later, like going around like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, because like nobody will be there. Tailing your schedule exclusively around how to best avoid people feels excessive. But it's hard for me to not sympathize, especially with how hectic life has been lately. I take a look at the menu as he does, with as much earnestness as I can muster. I've long since memorized it, having cooked every item many times, but there's little else to do as he scans the laminated sheet before him. He must be indecisive, moments ticking by as he reads and reads. I expected some small talk, but the diner's as quiet as it was before he arrived. As it becomes obviously stalling for time, I speak up.
Hey, is everything okay? You seem a bit quiet.
He looks away from me as he puts the menu down. He's distressingly easy to read.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. Not just from bumping into you, I mean. Well, I guess it's sort of the same.
He's quick to catch himself rambling and says himself with a small breath.
I'm just shocked to see how well off you've been handling everything in your life. It feels like you slipped into the club pretty quick, not to mention the job you've got here.
Oh, you poor, poor fool. You see but the surface.
You and I are like night and day.
You see but the surface, my young friend. His face sags regardless of how wildly off the mark it feels to me.
If you actually believe any of that, then all I'm really good at is faking it. Well, you joined the club too, didn't you?
If you hadn't checked it out with me, I probably wouldn't have gone either. Honestly, if you didn't stick around, I would have bailed by now too.
There's nothing wrong with going at a pace you're comfortable with.
Exactly.
If you don't need to, you shouldn't have to force yourself into doing things you don't want to.
Exactly. Because honestly, what will happen is if you just push yourself too much, you'll just burn yourself out, and nobody likes that.
I do want to, is the thing.
Unfortunately, yeah, I feel that too. Like, sometimes I just really want to do something, but it's hard to motivate myself. I feel that.
I wouldn't have brought it up with you if I didn't. It's just... people say the first step is the hardest, but the second step is what establishes the momentum.
Correct.
Dang, you really do belong in the riding crowd, huh?
He responds with a nervous chuckle. I hope my attempts at lighting the mood didn't put him on the defensive instead.
Things are hard, but you make them look easy. Even if you say it's all an act, you pull it off so believably I can't help but be a little envious.
Admittedly, it's a skill you're more less forced to pick up in a situation like mine. With Mom working as hard as she does for my sake, I've gotten pretty good at hiding away my anxieties to avoid burdening her. Or so I like to think, but she seems to see right through me anyway.
Even now, I was worrying about dealing with the waiters and rehearsing how to order over and over in my head. Then there was the writing club meetup with me getting cold feet at the last second.
That's one mystery solved at least. Everything you said so far today, I'm more than willing to believe it was just a matter of nerves. He returns to his menu, scanning over the options. I'm sure he has already looked over a dozen times already. I was worried when he flaked from the club outing, but thankfully it seems like that was misplaced. Still, now that the actual problem has presented itself, the way forward seems obvious enough.
I wouldn't worry about that stuff too much. I promise it's not any easier for me either. For what it's worth, I'll be attending all the club meetings till the end of the semester. If having a friend there helps at all.
The menu loosens in its grip lightly, revealing his face to me again as it sinks down.
It definitely will. Thanks, Olive.
Aw. Yeah, sometimes we just need a little reassurance, you know? Doesn't have to be like a big groundbreaking deal, just, just like little reminders. I never put much stock in possessions. A couple of plants to care for is just about the only luxury I've got going for me. As my aging bike grinds and creaks out of the school gate, however, I realize I might be taking my frugality too far. I need to pick up some grease for this thing sometime instead of just hoping it'll keep going. Turning to the street, I notice the old trolley slowly rattling onwards from its stop beside the campus. I might want to try and keep up with it as best I can, but I don't want to risk the bike being how it is. The platform lies empty of students except a lone woman leaning on a light pole listening to music. I'm slow to stop as our eyes meet. I'll up beside her and put a foot on the ground to say to myself, it's Haley, isn't it?
Mr. Trolley?
Yep, it... I don't know, it's just like, I don't see Olive being like so cool to like roll up to someone listening to music unless it's Haley, you know? Try as I might, it's hard to read anything into her placid face.
Something like that.
Everything she says has an air of aloofness to it. Maybe I should find that snooty or arrogant, but I think that's just how she is, rather than anything intentional. Haley visibly thinks to herself for a moment, rubbing the back of her neck. Finally coming to some sort of decision, she takes off her headphones and addresses me properly.
Hey, how far is your place from here?
Not too far. Close enough to bike at least.
Sounds good.
Huh? Oh, she tilts her head like the answer should be obvious.
You can visit if you want, but I have work in a couple hours.
That's fine.
Well, glad that's been mutually decided at least. With that, I start for home, Haley trailing along beside me. After leaning my bike against the wall, I follow Haley in and close the door behind me. She has a look of a tourist, eyes darting from one area to another.
I didn't know anyone was coming, so it's a bit shabby. Don't get many visitors, really.
You know, I'm kind of wondering, because I do know, like, Caprice and Caprice and Millie have, like, separate, like, interactions and routes. I wonder if these, like, interactions with Haley are the same regardless of which way you go, though. Because we've definitely had, like, more than a few, like, kind of one-on-one interactions with her both before and after the club joining, right?
I was actually thinking how clean everything is.
Peeking through her normally enigmatic persona is an air of disbelief. I was a bit mystified until I remember how their apartment was, and that was when they knew I was coming over. At least she's talking now. The ride here in total silence was one of the most strange experiences I've ever had. Something's eating at her, even I can tell that much by this point. Before I work out how to fill the air between us, Haley's eyes fall on the old console sitting under my even older television. She pushes her chin out towards it, a rare glimmer of interest sparkling in her eyes.
That old thing still work?
Who knows? You can try if you want. I don't get much use out of it.
Oh, she's a gamer. I want to talk to her about where all this came from, but the timing never quite seems to feel right. Haley picks up a controller as I fiddle about with the modest pile of games, nodding to the first I hold up before I put it in. A fine game I've tried a couple times. No sooner do I take a seat beside her and start for a match am I put on the back foot. She pushes me to the edge of the mouth before juggling me into the air and comboing me over and over. Her work done as the round is called, she slumps back into the cushions. I managed to do a bit of damage, but it's already clear that I don't have a chance of winning any further rounds. Well, if nothing else, at least it was a welcome distraction from studies and work. We start another round. I try my best, but this goes about as well as the last. With the match finally over and Haley easing off the controller, I get a chance to address the elephant in the room.
So, anything on your mind?
Just tired. Not with school or anything, just those two.
Yep, the struggle of having roommates.
Are things really that bad?
I was about to go home on the trolley, but when the doors opened, I just...
No, I feel that sometimes, some nights you just can't. Haley trails off, unsure how to explain herself. Or rather, stopping herself from doing so. She puts the controller down and sighs.
Maybe I should just live alone like you. Nice and quiet here.
You don't sound super convincing.
You got me.
She leans back in the couch. I'm not sure if that signifies a pause or an end to this conversation.
I guess I just forgot how much I missed having a normal life with those two till you came around.
Me?
You coming over for lunch the other day was the first time in forever that apartment felt... ordinary. It's rare to see Millie that open and talkative at home. It was nice.
I can almost make out the corners of her lips curl into a smile, but they're back to a frown before they get all the way there.
And then Caprice came home and got in Millie's face about the wine she left on the counter. She
sits there, staring into space as she recounts how the day ended. And then she finishes the thought, her eyes meet mine and she corrects her posture, as if just remembering I was there.
Sorry for making this weird.
You're good.
She's quick to break eye contact soon after my response, retreating back to her thoughts.
You should have seen them before all this. You barely recognized them.
That's the impression I get, yeah.
She thinks a little, hesitating a moment before taking her phone from her pocket. I'm left away as she pokes about on it. She taps on the screen and then shows it to me.
What's this?
Aw, that's cute, is what it is.
A photo from about a year back, with Millie and Caprice. I've held on to it ever since.
A group of friends crammed into a tiny room. I recognize the others as the art club members, but Caprice and Millie definitely steal my attention away, both smiling wide.
It was their first college party together. I wasn't actually there, but they both lit right up while telling me about it. They told me all about the new friends they were making, the art club that Caprice made, how Millie was going to lead the big writing club soon and do all sorts of stuff with them.
So initially there was like a lot of camaraderie between the clubs then.
They had everything lined up for the future and were excited to get to it. It was easy to get caught up with their energy at the time.
She thinks on her words before abruptly locking her phone and slipping it back into her pocket. I don't think I've seen Haley around like that before. Passing a car on the street only highlights the sudden quiet.
I guess it didn't really turn out like that. Sorry again. I didn't mean to come over here and dump this all on you.
Hey, I mean, better out than in sometimes.
No, really, it's fine. I can't even begin to imagine what things must be like at your place nowadays. I'm surprised someone like you would be friends with two people who are so outgoing. Not that I mean that in a bad way. I just...
I get what you mean. We met in high school. Well, more like they found me during high school.
Aw, adopted.
You make it sound like they picked up a stray cat.
Probably did.
That's basically how it went. The two of them were practically inseparable. Picked up a new friend to share. Back when they were so gung-ho about their clubs, part of me was happy that they'd found friends who could keep up with them, who wouldn't be holding them back.
You and me might be in the same boat. I really admire Millie's passion, but I get tired just thinking about keeping pace with her sometimes.
There it is again. It's only slight, but that tug at the corner of her mouth shows she's feeling the same thing I am. Slight sense of camaraderie in our shared situation, dealing with two impossible people. With that, Haley picks herself up off the couch and takes a long stretch.
Thanks for letting me come over. I'd better let you get to work.
Sure. You gonna be okay getting back?
Yeah, the walk could be worse. I could do with the exercise anyway.
That's not what I meant.
It'll be fine. I just needed a break.
As she walks over to make her leave, Haley stops and looks back from the half-open door.
Oh, an Olive.
Yeah?
Thanks again for coming over the other day.
No problem. Hopefully we can get Caprice around next time.
Yeah, hopefully. Catch you.
Yeah, catch you.
She strides out the door and shuts behind her. With my guest gone and work imminent, I sink further into the couch cushions for lack of anything else to do. I also like that, just like how just like the little moment of connection there, where like Olive just kind of like voices like, yeah, this is what I've noticed about Millie, and just like kind of like opening up of Haley, just kind of like being like, yeah, I can see you, like you don't necessarily want me in the club, but you do care a bit at least. I like that. That was a cute little moment. Every time it rains, there are at least a few poor souls left milling about underneath one of the campus building entrances, mourning their forgotten umbrellas or raincoats. That's me. The daytime. Stop. Olive, stop being me. It's not fair. The storm came quick and recently. Might miss her entirely if we hadn't been hanging around in the writing club. As the two of us quietly bemoan our circumstances, Millie joins us underneath the building's awning, having finished her tidying up.
All the times for the truck to be dead. I was gonna drive past the burger place on the way home, too.
The place with the giant spinning hamburger on the roof. With chipped paint all over the place.
Oh, burgers and free paint chips? Delicious.
That's the one!
I feel like you could do a lot better for yourself.
It's cheap as dirt, though.
Nope, not good enough, sorry. Can't forgive any competition to our diner. Also, we have daily specials that run pretty cheap.
For a low price of $5, you too can eat an actually well-prepared healthy meal.
It's good that you managed to find work for yourself. The job market isn't easy these days.
Brother, tell me about it.
You're not hiring, are you?
Do you actually want to work customer service?
She gives a long sigh.
Point taken. Begrudgingly.
With Tanya stewing in her misery, I look out to the mess of a walkway in front of us, covered in mud and dead leaves.
Ugh. I'm gonna be stuck tracking mud into the apartment. Not to mention all the extra laundry I have to make time for now.
Rain's no big deal. It'll help the farmers out, given how dry it's been lately.
Realization strikes her face as Tanya's face slowly collapses. She's normally such an easygoing person, but that's rather jarring.
Something wrong?
My laundry is outside. In the rain.
Uh-oh, sisters.
Oh, screw this.
Wait, I can give you a lift in.
And she's gone. Before she can get the words out, Tanya tears off across the grounds with her backpack above her head, her rapid-fire swearing not quite drowned out by the rain's low rumble. I learn a surprising number of new curses before she's out of earshot. Watching her disappear out of the gate and over the road, I don't think that's the kind of solution I could ever commit to.
My car.
You tried.
Wait, how did you get to school today?
Bike, as always.
Can I interest you in a ride?
Exhausted from school and the rush to her car in the rain, I end up sunken deep into the comfortable cushion of Millie's passenger seat by the time she pulled up at my place. She's a careful driver, especially in the rain, which suits me just fine. I do my best to pat down my wet hair with a sleeve, but all I do is rearrange the mess. Millie tries the same, to even worse results as strands stick to her face.
Thanks again. I was dreading trying to get home in all this.
Considering I saw you two moping about at the entrance, it would have been mean to just leave you there.
I don't know about moping. As my hand moves to the door, the shutting sound of doors locking rings out. Pulling the handle a couple of times confirms that fact, only making me more confused. What are you plotting?
Millie? The doors are locked.
You're plotting something. She leans over the steering wheel with a smile on her face that's altogether too calm.
Tell me, what's on your mind?
Right now? Whether my body will ever be found.
Millie does kind of those, like, insane woman vibes, or, like, I feel like she would know exactly where to, like, really hide bodies well. I'm just saying, like, she gives me that vibe. She giggles, just audible over the noise outside. I close my eyes, resigned to my fate. At the inside of the car, rumbling from the pounding of the rain on the roof, moonlight pours down the windshield, reducing the street lamps ahead to shimmering blotches of light in the darkness of night. The occasional car shoots by, only to disappear as soon as it arrives.
One more try, Olive.
Oh, that's like... Oh, she's scary.
Is this about the club?
Getting warmer.
Better that than this being about Haley's visit the other day, at least. It is interesting the craft aside, I feel like I've been a model student, which narrows it down to.
I've been asking around, I guess, about the state of things.
She stares at me, patiently waiting for me to say the words she wants to hear. After a few seconds, I gradually work out what she must be pulling me up about.
And I may have been avoiding bringing it up with you.
Her satisfied smile makes it clear I've come to the right answer. She sure pulls off a convincing impersonation of a teacher sometimes.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
How did you end up hearing about this?
People will tell you all sorts of things beyond what they're asked. I just struck up a conversation with them about you. You'll be pleased to know they're all quite opinionated on the subject.
Her smile doesn't waver as she delivers that line, which twists my stomach in a knot more than it should.
Look, I'm sorry for not talking to you directly, but I only avoided you because the club... well...
Is on its last legs?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
I might try to be optimistic, but that doesn't mean I'm blind. You don't need to tiptoe around me like I'm a child. One thing still escapes me, though. Why bother in the first place?
It's entirely selfish, really. I was worried that if it fell apart, you wouldn't have a reason to tutor me anymore. I'm sorry. I have a lot riding on this.
I mean, hey, better to be upfront. Just rip the band-aid off. It's the truth, and it makes perfect logical sense to me, but only seems to leave Millie more confused.
Did I say something wrong?
I've never seen that in a person before. So much effort put into convincing yourself you're not a good person. I promise to help you, with or without the writing club. Please don't call it selfish. Next time, just ask.
The baffling sense of faith right on her face almost makes me embarrassed. I don't think I'm wrong, but arguing that I'm not as good a person as she thinks feels like a strange hill to die on. The sharp shut of the doors unlocking reverberates through the car, breaking me from my thoughts.
Sorry for putting you through this. I don't often get the chance to talk with you alone these days.
Why don't we make time?
You're not mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you? All I wanted to know was what's going on. To be honest, I was a little worried you were thinking of quitting too.
I wasn't... Sorry, lesson learned. I'll keep you in the loop with this sort of thing, in future. See you tomorrow, Millie. Oh, and next time you drive me somewhere, could you keep the doors unlocked?
She just smiles as I step out into the rain and shut the door behind me. The hazards splashing away in the night as I jog inside. Stepping inside, I shut the door and take a long, deep breath, lean back against it. My shirt's wet, sticking to my arms and dripping water onto the floor. My hair's a mess from the rain and the water's reached my socks. Despite that, I can't seem to bring myself to care about such things. I've seen the sight ahead of me countless times before. The same old apartment, just as I left it. The rain outside pattering against the window, piercing the otherwise silent air. The broken heating, the aging television, everything the same as it ever was. Something is different, though. All this time worrying about being a burden on Millie has mellowed away, replaced with the feeling that we're a team. I guess I just have to live up to it then. A few days later. Oh, back to the bar. I was surprised to get a text from Tanya inviting me out for a trip to the bar with Millie this evening, especially given my status as a stick in the mud. Nevertheless, I was ready to validate that claim, initially rejecting the offer. Even if I didn't have plans on campus tomorrow, I had a shift for this evening. Emphasis on had, given how eager Mom was to pick it up when I offhandedly mentioned the invitation. With my plans forcefully ripped from me, I found myself staying at the same bar we visited near the beginning of the semester. We've been here for a couple hours, and my only two drinking companions have wound down their excited conversations and have settled to a steadier, slower discussion. No doubt partially because all of us are a few glasses deep at this point.
Nice to see you guys a bit more chilled out. Everyone around school's way too wound up about exams.
Given what I've managed to pick up on lately, I don't quite think that exams are what's weighing on Millie's mind. In fact, when I look at her, it's hard to think of reasons why she wouldn't be stressed. Exams are the obvious one. Her home life is a mess given the tension with Caprice, not to mention the writing club slowly falling apart around her. And probably another source of worry for her too, as she tries to drag me over the finishing line of exams. She sure doesn't seem to have much sense of self-preservation.
Of all the things to stress about, exams seem perfectly acceptable.
In fact, I think you should be worrying about them a little more.
Come on, you know I'll be fine. There's still a month left anyway.
A month if you round up, maybe. She might do fine with her more hands-on stuff, but her gen ed courses are another matter from what I've heard.
Hey, what's with that face? You too, Olive?
Millie lets her friend simmer a little. Tanya gives up and orders another drink for the two of them to distract from the uncomfortable truth. What is that, 4 tonight? 5?
I expect it from Tanya, but I'm surprised to see how mellow you're being about them too, Olive.
Once you make yourself busy enough, you don't have any time left to panic. That's my coping method anyway.
Yep, don't give yourself time to think and you won't think about it. A lie, but worrying about it out loud would just stress Millie out more, I'm sure.
You sure you're okay balancing work, chores, and exams?
Do I have a choice?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, you should be focusing on your own well-being instead of taking on their stress as well.
Yeah. Take care of yourself first. Like, it's good to help the homies out, but you gotta... If you're not doing okay, how can you help others, you know?
Unless you're trying to distract yourself from your worries by worrying about someone else?
It's nothing like that. What are you even talking about?
Tanya gives a knowing smirk, while all I can manage is a weak blush.
Even though I've said this a few times now, I do appreciate the effort you're putting in for me.
You'd better pass your exams, you know. I'd look really silly if I did all this, only to have you flunk out on me.
Oh, well, I was considering failing, but since you're so insistent...
You little shit.
Come on. Do we really need to talk about school while we're out drinking?
There's not much else for me to talk about right now.
I signed my mug, still half full.
I should get a hobby after all this is over.
I'd say cooking counts.
Barely. I wish I could be as passionate about that as you are with your writing.
I'm with you on that. You've stuck with it for a while, haven't you?
Millie looks wistfully at her glass, holding it tight in both hands.
I think everyone needs something to cherish. It doesn't need to be another person, a hobby, a cause, a life's work. It doesn't need to be grand, just something to give yourself over to. Writing, reading, the club ended up being that for me. Without that, I think someone is like an empty glass. While it could be filled by others, it's nothing when by itself.
She delicately rubs the condensation on the outside of the glass with her thumbs. I can't help but go silent at her words. It's up to Tanya to break the overly serious atmosphere. Millie's glass filling with beer from Tanya's bottle.
Then you better keep your own glass full, eh?
Millie gives a weak smile and a slightly awkward sigh, coming back to her senses. I think I'm finally getting a feel for how these two ended up as friends, despite their differences. Oh, you had to carry her home. She got that drunk. The night air sure has a chill to it these days. The air in front of our mouths forming small clouds as we slowly walk up the dark street. The sleeping girl at my back at least provides some warmth. Millie's arms loosely slung over my shoulders as I carry her. Or at least I try to. My steps are a little uneven and I'm definitely swaying side to side, but luckily Tanya leans against me as a counterbalance. It's a small wonder this area is totally empty this time of night, giving the walk an almost surreal quality like we're the only people left in the world.
I can't believe she managed to get herself that drunk.
You're not exactly sober yourself.
Millie's weight shifts as she starts sliding downwards, my heart jumping as I quickly pull her up again with a little bit of effort.
Could you please at least try to hang on?
She snuggles in my back, possibly half asleep, or may just have reflex. I never thought I'd be thankful for years of building up my strength by lugging around sacks of ingredients at work.
Thanks for carrying her. She doesn't usually get this wasted. Sure you're good to get back home afterwards?
It's not that far. I'm over the worst of it anyway. Thanks for giving her a place to crash.
It's nothing new. My place is close enough to the bar that she stayed the night more than once. She gets the couch, though. I'm not that nice of a host. Besides, we hang out at my place all the time. She's alright company.
As a lone car passes us in the night's darkness, I continue to plod along with the weight on my back. Millie stopped rustling about, so she's probably gone to sleep completely. The fact she trusts me that much is a nice feeling. Ugh. Everyone needs something to cherish. Even as the evening's gone on and my mind started to haze, those words have danced around my thoughts since she said them. I know it's important to me and how important it is. For so long, looking out for Mom and doing my best to not disappoint her has been enough to keep me moving forward. Why do I keep coming back to these words then? There's no tug in my heart, no butterflies in my stomach. Merely an itch. Just below the skin, impossible to scratch. Millie slumps word across my shoulder again, making herself just visible in the corner of my eye. I wish I could see in myself what you see in me. I've been honest about my motivations, as selfish as they may be. Yet you push on anyway. You're always there to offer up help whenever I need it, always with a smile on your face. The way you confidently assure me that there's more to it, that you're so sure I'm worth the effort despite all that, it's...
More than I deserve.
Millie readjusts herself, burying her face in my neck as I realize I let the tail end of that out into the air. I can only take solace in the fact that it barely registered to her, if at all. The same can't be said of the woman walking beside me, wearing an indulgent grin as I continue to redden.
What?
That's the first time I've seen someone fall in love.
A Of course. If I haven't heard that sentiment enough before, this is definitely the tipping point. I let out a sigh, deciding a proper response not worth the hassle as I reinforced my hold on Millie's arm. Our discussion comes to a halt as both of us stop walking, both our attention taken by the sight from above. Standing in the middle of downtown as cars drive to and fro, Tanya and I quietly gaze up at the falling snow. Oh, we're just gonna leave it at that? We're not gonna have like any kind of like introspection yet? Okay. Oh, that's a lot of snow. One of the worst things about living here is how quickly the weather turns. One day it's a little chilly outside, the next there are snowplows clearing the roads. Even though it's not freezing just yet, it's cold enough to bundle up a bit more than usual. There's plenty of time until school starts at least. With downtown's traffic at its worst when snow's just fallen, I need to take it slow and stay vigilant. I'd rather not break something so close to exams or worse. Then there's the hangover I'm still nursing. With puffs of condensation filling the air in front of my face with every pedal stroke, the apartment building I've been looking for comes into view. Man. I couldn't imagine trying to bike in the snow. That seems like it would be awful. Carefully looking around for traffic, I stop pedaling and let the bike cruise over to the roadside. Hopping off and holding my bike in hand, I press the buzzer for Tanya's apartment. Probably shouldn't be making house calls for this close to exams, but I should make sure Millie's alright, given the state she drank herself into.
Hey, Olive. I can see you from the window. Just leave your bike beside the stairs and head on up.
Thank goodness and get out of the cold. When it's no time, I quickly hop inside and do as she says. With the building elevator out, I finally make up the stairs and gingerly enter Tanya's room, doing my best to hide my exhaustion at biking in, then hiking up. Having handed Millie over to Tanya at the door last night, I don't know what to expect inside. As Tanya turns from the window to see me enter, I'm pleasantly surprised. At the very least, it's clean. A faded video game poster is all the decor to speak of, with the reused boxes and cheap furniture giving the air of a place she sleeps in, but little more.
Didn't expect to see you here. Thought you'd be off to school like a good little student.
Figured I'd check in and see how things were after leaving Millie with you yesterday.
See for yourself.
Is she still passed out?
Hey, Millie! You've got a visitor!
What looks like a ghost slowly emerges from the bedroom to see their visitor, dressed only in her shirt and skirt. I think this is the first time I've seen her braids undone, too. Half-dressed, disheveled, in the throes of quite a hangover. It's a bit of a contrast to the fashionable and composed woman I'm used to.
Oh, it's Olive. Hello there.
Even her voice sounds pathetically weak. All I can do is grimace as I try to work out how to deal with her. Tanya and I waiting for the harsh noise of the snowplow to pass before speaking.
That's quite the hangover.
Millie just groans as her friend rubs the back of her head at the sight.
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, don't worry, I've dealt with worse.
That's not as reassuring as she thinks it is.
I'm gonna head to school for some studying. I can pick you up some food or something on the way back if you want to stay here.
I'll come along, just let me get my shoes on.
Yeah, don't tell me you're going to school like that.
Tanya's concern goes unanswered as Millie shuffles back to the bedroom.
Thanks again for the invite yesterday. It was nice to forget about everything for a night.
She gives me a flat look in response.
You do know who suggested that you hang at the bar with us, right?
I let my shoulders slump and sigh. I guess it was optimistic of me to hope she'd let last night slide. Though I have to dig up a response to Tanya's irritating grin, the woman in question emerges, looking somewhat smarter this time around. At least she looks sharp while feeling half dead.
Good to head out?
Sure, let's go. You okay walking?
Yeah, a walk in the cold sounds good right now, actually.
Take care, you two.
Walking the bike alongside me, the two of us eventually reached the campus gate. The sun temperature drop overnight barely even seems registered to her, despite the outfit.
What's your business on campus today, anyway?
Nothing major. I'm just here to return some books to the library. Tanya offered to come, but I told her I was fine.
Millie quietly opens her bag and slips the book in, still looking a little dazed. I think I'll stick with her just to make sure she's alright. She must have sounded convincing for Tanya to let her go without courting her, given how she... I groan and cover my face with a free hand as I realize what's going on. Still playing the matchmaker.
Something wrong?
Oh, everything's fine. Completely fine. Let me lock up my bike and we can head over to the library.
With Millie's books dropped into the return chute, she pulls up a seat beside me at the table. She has a sigh unfitting for her age as she sinks into it, dropping her bag beside her chair. It's nice and warm here at least, and the sight of snow falling outside the windows adding to the coziness. Only a couple of other students are milling about, and even though they're likely just here to pass some time out of the cold. Between the bridge of her nose, Millie seems to look a little better for some warmth and rest. I don't usually find myself at a loss for words around her, but I can't seem to find anything to say. Even Millie is uncharacteristically quiet, yet clearly restless as she plays with her braid. Realizing my leg is tapped on the floor, I reach for something. Anything to fill the air.
It's good you have a friend who lives downtown to pick you up. I had to ask my mom to pick me up the first time I went out drinking. Sort of put me off from doing it again.
Not your dad?
Dad wasn't really in the picture. He left when I was still pretty little.
Sorry, I really should have been more careful about that.
No, it's fine. Hasn't been a big deal in forever, really.
An awkward silence quickly develops, made all the more poignant by a student walking past us to leave.
Funny how things end up, huh?
The quiet's broken, and I'm just as surprised as Millie that was me who broke it.
Starting down this road because of stress and anxiety. Only to wind up spending the night drinking with you like nothing was ever wrong to begin with.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Nah. The club might have its problems, but this is fun. Things might actually turn out alright.
I wonder how long it's been since I said that. I can feel the corners of my mouth tugging upwards a little just as hers do. Both of us being glad that things turned out like this.
I guess this is a long-winded way of saying thanks. For everything you've done for me.
You took an opportunity and it worked out for you. You should be thinking better of yourself, Olive. But thanks. I'm sure you'll get through the exams, even if I have to drag you over the line.
She gives a smile at my wilting. Even her optimism has its limits. I'm sure she means what she says, though. It's thanks to her that I even remotely have a shot at this. And she's about to say something more, though. The words catch her in her throat. But this little pause before she continues on doesn't go missed.
I'm just gonna grab another couple books I wanted to borrow. Won't be a moment.
She takes her feet, and I follow her lead and do the same. For the first time, though, I feel my head swim with the sudden change in altitude. My heart leaps out of my chest, and I throw my arm out to catch myself, grabbing onto the table.
Oh, hey! Are you okay?
She leans down close to me as I stand, offering a hand to let me up. I take it, giving a steadying sigh.
Yeah, sorry, I
look up at Millie. Her careful eyes soften a bit as we lock gaze, a warm smile on her face when she collects that I'm fine. We can stay like that. I'm acutely aware of her hand on mine, of how close we are to each other. Before I can even fully process what's happening, I instinctively shut my eyes and bring myself to my tiptoes as she leans that slightly to me, our height difference somewhere in the middle. Wait, already? We kiss, just barely reaching our lips together to a gentle count. That happened a little more rapidly than I expected. I'm not complaining, I just figured there'd be a bit more build-up. Millie's mind eventually catches up with her actions as she's the first to pull away, looking equal parts confused and embarrassed. I'm not doing much better. I step back and take a gulp to steady myself. My heart's beating audibly and my brain feels too fuzzy to form a coherent thought.
What was...
I don't even know what I was, I mean...
Still trying to piece things together, her confused stammering eventually turns to a small laugh, which she does her best to stifle.
What a morning, huh? I'm sorry, I guess I'm just not all there yet.
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm sorry, too. I wasn't thinking.
With a final sigh to exhale the last of her nervous energy, Millie is finally able to compose herself again with an apologetic smile.
Wanna just agree that this never happened?
It's only brief, but I find myself pausing before I answer.
Sounds good to me.
Ah. I see. So we're not there yet. Good morning, everyone. Today's a big day. The Ryan Club room is open bright and early today. Please feel free to come on by. I'll always bring coffee from their diner. Barf. Had me at free. Be there in a bit. Just woke up. See you soon. Okay, thanks. Yeah, today's the day. For better or worse, in a few hours I'll be done with my finals. Whether that signals the end of the semester or my college career entirely is still up in the air. Given the drastic change in weather, Millie started offering to ferry me to and from campus. The car's heater usually does a lot to brighten my mood in the mornings, but it didn't do much today. I set the car of coffee somewhere on a nearby table and help myself to the caffeine while Millie continues her text conversation with Tanya directly. She must have sensed my anxiety this morning. Honestly, I'd be surprised if she hadn't, and has spent the very few moments we've shared together so far reassuring me of how much progress I've made. I'd find a meaning if it were coming from anyone else, but after seeing firsthand how much writing means to her, I don't think she'd be able to contain herself from giving honest feedback first and foremost. I'm not great, but I'm way better than I used to be at least. This room has always brought me some level of unease due to the dire straits the club has found itself in, but today is a whole new level of stress.
It's good to see all of you this morning. Let's get started.
Millie takes her usual place at the front of the class, ready to begin the meeting.
I'm sure everyone's going to do fine, but extra preparation never hurt anyone. I know Olive is looking for some general tutoring this morning. What does everyone else need help with?
Even with everyone present, the silence is as familiar as ever. The only sounds accompanying my restless shifting at my seat is Darren shuffling some papers around behind me.
Anyone?
Again, she's met with an awkward quiet. Tanya looks around expectantly, but doesn't chime in. Heather sits with her eyes closed and her arms crossed, physically blocking out the room as much as possible. Darren sits in the back, silently fidgeting with a pen. As Millie's expression falters, mine follows not long after. I know she set this up for my sake, and having it only serve as a reminder about the state of the club racks me with guilt.
Well, I appreciate everyone checking in. Don't let me keep you if you don't need anything. I just wanted to make an open offer.
Actually,
Oh. Heather stands from her desk and starts her way towards the door, managing to interrupt Darren without saying a thing.
And here I thought you were gonna spice things up when you suggested an off-hours meeting. Fool me once, I guess.
Tanya slams her hands on the desk and stands up successfully, falling for Heather's provocation, if it wasn't directed at her.
Oh my god, I'm so sick of you! There's gotta be better entertainment out there than showing up only to make people feel like crap.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you raise your hand earlier either. Did you need some help? I'd love to be your study buddy.
I'd rather choke. I'm here because I'm supporting my friend. Where did all yours go again?
Oof. Right for the throat, eh?
Hey, you two.
Even though she's trying to mediate, Millie's interjection barely even registers as audible. She's already lost control of the situation, a fact she's well aware of as she sinks into a corner of the room.
Support her? By causing a scene like this, that fearless leader of yours is looking pretty distressed, don't you think?
Don't you pin this on me.
Get real. You must be more delusional than Millie if you really think you're helping anything.
Do you two mind?
Sheesh. My question isn't loud, but it still manages to halt the two in their tracks, surprising them almost as much as it does me. Stepping into something like this is something I go on my way to never do, but the anxiety surrounding my finals and Millie's distress only compound my frustration.
If you don't need the help, that's fine, but I do. We don't really have the time to get distracted by your fighting. So, cut it out. Please.
I was riding high for a second there, but my bravado faded faster than I would have liked. Still, it seems to have had its intended effect as Heather rolls her eyes and makes her exit without another word. Along with her resentment, Tanya takes a breath to assess her situation. She looks at Millie, is still visibly downtrodden, and to me. After a moment, she hangs her head, sighing.
I'm gonna head out too. Good luck with your exams today, guys.
She grabs her bag, everything still packed inside, and follows after her nemesis. Once the doors close behind Tanya, Millie's shoulders immediately slump. They only stay that way for a moment before she pulls herself back together. Her smile returns, if noticeably weaker, as she makes her way over to my desk. She rests her hand on the chair in front of mine, swiveling the desk around so it faces mine. Scraping unpleasantly across the floor, she does so and takes her seat. Her smile softens, looking a lot more sincere than it did moments ago. Part of me doesn't want to disturb this morning by pulling out my worksheets. Unfortunately, I'm not even given the opportunity. She breaks eye contact with me. I follow her line of sight, turning around to spot Darren sinking awkwardly into his chair. I sort of forgot he was still there.
Sorry about all that. Really, don't let me keep you.
I actually did come for the study session if the offer's still open.
Absolutely, homie. You're a real one, even though you don't believe it, you are a real one. He glances over to me for a second, his head immediately snapping back to Millie afterwards.
Oh, but I understand if you just wanted to focus on Olive, especially given their situation and what just happened.
No, not at all. Pull up a desk. I'll do what I can for you.
I've never seen someone so happy to have their workload double before. Darren reluctantly pulls himself from his desk, grabbing his various papers he had scattered across its surface in the process. After finding a desk near us, he places papers gently down on it again, before repeating Millie's process of swiveling it to face us, the unpleasant screeching included.
Why didn't you speak up sooner?
Well, it feels like walking through a minefield with those two in the room sometimes.
That's... yeah.
I mean, Heather I can get, but Tanya doesn't seem that bad. Jaren shifts his attention to his worksheets, flipping through the papers before finding the one he was looking for, sliding over to Millie.
I just wanted to brush up on my geology, if you're willing. Here's an answer sheet.
Millie takes the paper from him, giving it a quick skim.
Sure, I can do that. I'll be swapping between you and Olive, though. Is that okay?
I didn't expect anything else. I can help you with your writing class too if you want, Olive. Oh, and history, if either of you need that.
I'll take anything you're willing to give. Thanks. I can't really offer you much in return, though.
No problem. I'm just glad to have someone to bounce questions off.
Sounds like we have a plan then. Since I already have the worksheet in front of me, let's start with you, Darren.
Three of us don't have much time before our final class to start, but we try to make the most of it. Millie juggling Darren and I's tutoring as best as she is able, with Darren chiming in to help with writing advice when he can. I'm still not especially confident. doubt I ever really could be, but this is the best chance I'm going to get. The stress constantly rises up during Millie's quizzing, but it becomes easier and easier to push back down as the morning goes on. When it's over, we pack up in a tense silence, making small jokes and chatting to try and lighten the mood. Darren leaves first. Millie heaves a deep sigh, obviously worrying just as much for me as I am. Darren's a gem. Like, I know he's like dealing with all those like nerves, but it's nice to kind of like see him like actually like pushing himself out of that like shell. Still, there's not much else we can do now. I pack away the flashcards last and exchange a shrug with her. Even with the threat of losing my opportunity to graduate, as I leave the clubroom, I can't help my mind turning from literary devices and thematic elements back to Millie. Back to the thing I was supposed to forget. Just gotta pretend it never happened and focus on passing. If I repeat that enough times, hopefully it'll stick. Act 2 out of character. Later that day. Post-exam, I'm assuming. And just like that, the semester's over. The worst bit's behind me, and I survived to see another year. All that's left is to wrap up a few loose ends, the first of which is being this club meeting, the last one of the year. To say it's been hectic is an understatement. Millie, flashing me a small smile as she quickly organized papers around at the front desk, looks entirely unfazed by the ups and downs of the past few months. I wonder if the same could be said for the man sitting one desk over from me. Outside of our one chance to be in the diner, we haven't really spoken much outside of the occasional chit-chat, and he's missed as many meetings as he's attended. Still, his constant chipping away at some writing project, combined with his friendly attitude, arguably makes him the only one of us to really feel like he belongs here.
Hey, Darren.
Huh? Oh, what's up?
I just, wanted to say thanks. I was worried for the club at the start there, considering, well, you know.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mess. He takes a moment to glance around the room, barren as it is.
Yeah, no problem. At the end of the day, it was mostly just an empty room to sit around in and jot ideas down, so it suits me just fine. I should be thanking you for the same thing. I wouldn't have lasted a week without a familiar face around.
I take a look behind me, already knowing what to expect. Heather never shows up, and Tanya left a few minutes ago. I really wish his observations weren't as painfully accurate as they are.
So, are you sticking around for next semester too?
Good question. Before even trying to come up with an answer, I swivel back around to face him, trying to right my frown as I do so.
I'm not really sure yet. I think so. Well, assuming I don't flunk out.
Right, yeah.
His eyes sink down, focus turned back to his notes.
I'll probably tough it out another semester too then. No harm in it, so long as things mostly stay the same.
I want to say I'm happy to hear that, but in truth, I'd really like for the note to end on a higher note than this when it comes to time for Millie and I to start transferring out. Still, Darren's resolve shouldn't go unappreciated.
That's a relief to hear. Looking forward to it.
That seems to be a mutual agreeable stopping point for the conversation, as Darren confirms with a slight smile before returning to his work. The next few minutes are quiet, the only noises in the entire room being those of Millie shuffling at papers and Darren's mad scribbling. I find myself checking my phone now and then to kill time, rechecking the grades reports on the school site, hoping the fact that I actually got through things okay sinks in sooner rather than later.
Hey, you two. I'm just about finished up. Ready to go?
Millie pulls me out of my own headspace as I finish checking my grades for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you're ready.
I'll let you know then.
She starts to turn back to the desk before reconsidering, then shifting back around after only a moment.
Darren!
Huh? What?
He jumped a bit more that time. Poor guy.
I really enjoyed reading everything you ended up turning in this semester. Thanks for putting up with me.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. The little exercises you threw at us helped push me out of my comfort zone a bit, if that means anything.
That means a lot, actually. Millie's practically beaming at this point. I don't think how he realizes just how much she's been dying to hear something like that.
I noticed. The things you sent in early on are a world apart from where you are now.
With Darren left paralyzed and how to respond, Millie's eyes wander a tad, eventually on the paper he has been scribbling on all afternoon.
What are you working on, if you don't mind me asking?
As if caught for a crime, Darren's back straightens up and he pulls the paper closer to his chest.
Just some generic brainstorming. I was thinking I'd maybe start something larger scale over the break.
Millie's eyes couldn't be wider. The little stars.
Do you mind if I give it a skim? Only if it's okay with you.
He seriously thinks about the question for a moment, keeping both hands firmly on the page. After a couple seconds, he relents, pushing it forward without a word. I steal a glance before Millie retrieves it to start a review. Even at a distance, his handwriting is immaculate, with various sections highlighted in numerous colors.
Interesting.
That page was filled to the brim. Don't tell me you're done already.
Not at all, but the initial outline has my attention.
In what way?
Nothing bad, I promise. I'm actually a sucker for alternative history stories. It's always fun to explore.
Oh
new ones.
yeah. He did mention he was all about history, so... interesting.
Right? It's so interesting to think about how much can change if even one small detail from our past is turned on its head and how far that can ripple.
I'm desperately curious to hear what they're talking about, but I have a growing suspicion it fly right over my head. But what little I picked up sounds right up Darren's alley. Millie continues her review, occasionally humming a note or two as she progresses down the page. After the initial comment, Darren seems more chipper as well.
So?
I really think you have something here. I was impressed by how thoroughly you outlined everything. I feel like I had a full understanding of the entire thing just from a page of loose notes. You saw my chicken scratch at the start of the semester. I could honestly do to learn a thing or two from you.
Not at all.
If you don't mind, I'd love to take a look at what you get done over winter break when classes resume.
I can bring something in, sure.
A satisfactory answer, as evidenced by Millie's smile. She sketched me in her periphery as she suddenly shifts over to my direction.
Oh, sorry for keeping you waiting. I just need to lock up a few cabinets and we'll be good to go.
It's not a big deal, really.
If you're okay with it, I don't mind locking the rest of the room up so you two can get going.
Darren's interjection shocks both of us equally, our heads turn to meet him in tandem.
But it's fine if you'd rather not. I know it'd probably be hard to trust me with the keys and all.
Not at all, if you really don't mind. Are you okay with dropping them off at my apartment before the end of the week? I can send you directions later.
Oh, yeah, sure, no biggie.
He couldn't be less convincing.
Then I'll leave it to you. I owe you one. Ready, Olive?
Ready as I'll ever be. Thanks, Darren.
I dragged myself from my seat, shoving the chair underneath the desk after a quick stretch.
It's nothing. Happy holidays, you two.
Very kind of him. Also very outside of his, normal wheelhouse. Like I said, it's nice to see Darren come out of his shell. I'm hoping, to see a lot more out of him moving forward. He's a character I'd love to see develop more.
Is there any way...
Sorry, for the last time, no.
You'll have to look online like everyone else. I can't help you here.
Ugh.
In every way except physically strong arm me out the door, the school's registrar kicks me out. So much for that, I guess. I drag my feet back to the admin's area. A cozy little room for people to waiting to speak to advisors, counselors. Usually there's at least a couple other people.
What'd she say?
Millie shoots up from the nearby couch as I approach. Besides her, the place is empty.
To just be patient. Ugh.
Shoot. I'm sorry. I thought it was worth a shot.
It was.
I slump on the couch. The grades were supposed to be up 2 days ago. Almost every other class has released them, but the writing professor's been silent to all my email attempts. I close my eyes. I passed everything else. Not with flying colors or anything, mind, but I passed. It was good enough. I warily open them again, only when I hear the door opening.
Ollie?
Hi, Mom. Though she speaks up first, Mom quickly joins me in silence as we stare at each other in surprise. Millie's the first to break the silence.
Hi, Miss Penn.
Hello! Millie, right? It's good to see you.
What are you doing here?
I don't mean for it to sound accusatory, so I try to continue. But my mom weighs me down and takes a seat next to me without a worry.
I was coming to speak to the registrar.
What? Why?
Well...
She laughs a bit like she got caught in the act.
You don't usually make too many mistakes at work, but the last couple days you've been distracted. I thought if I was able to get them to hurry things along, I could help ease your mind a bit.
She turns to Millie, who nods along.
Looks like we had the same idea, though. I was too slow on the draw.
It's fine. It didn't work out for us in the end.
Millie starts recounting our current trials this morning. The professor himself isn't anywhere in the building, the guidance counselor doesn't have access to the grades, and the registrar is very much unable or unwilling to help.
What a shame.
My mom sighs, folding her hands together on her lap. A bit of guilt racks up in my stomach. She doesn't get a lot of days off, so coming here because I've been a mess at work.
Well, it doesn't have to be all bad. And sitting around moping isn't going to get us anywhere.
She perks up a bit, giving us both a smile practiced from years of waitressing and customer service. I look at it 1,000 times. Like the food is taking too long to come out, or she'll bring over some appetizers.
How about we head to the park for some fresh air? It's been a long time since I've been, and it's a lovely little area.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Oh, if I'm invited, of course.
After all you've done for us? Of course.
Well, we don't know if they've passed yet.
They laugh together at that. I shrug.
I don't know. I think I'll go home and check the site from there.
No, get fresh air. It will do you good.
Oh, don't be like that. Let's go get your mind off of things.
Between Mom's earnest jostling and Millie's expectant stare, it becomes abundantly clear the only way out is through.
Alright.
I can't promise I'll stop worrying about it, though. My unspoken disclaimer is ignored. The other two stand talking about the logistics of driving before deciding it'd be easier if we just carpool in Mom's van. Shivering, Mom pulls her coat tighter around herself. I regret not springing for a new coat for her birthday. I put it on a mental list for Christmas gift ideas. Millie waits a bit ahead, lacing her fingers together as she looks around. I walk on over to her as Mom looks for the hand warmer she keeps stocked in the glove box.
It's nice out.
It is.
Oh, to be young again. Since I hit 40, it's like the wind just goes right through me.
Do you want to head back? we can hang out at the Bell House or something.
Oh, it's my day off. I don't even want to think about work today. Let alone
Sorry about
spend
that.
any more time there.
Suggesting I
I'll be
accidentally
fine
bumped my
once I
mic.
get the blood flowing.
She strains her shoulders and braces, her wispy brown hair and gray hair flowing in the light breeze. We take off down the path around the park center. In the distance, some kids laugh as they run around, playing some sort of obstacle race. Their parents are close by, talking about over coffee and finding their children, likely to race in if any of them fall.
Oh, I loved this park as a kid.
Ollie did too. Did you live around here?
Not really. We live on the other side of the bridge. I only came here a couple of times, actually, but it's so much better than the one we had by our house.
Mom and I would come here during her lunch breaks, so I got sick of it pretty quick.
Oh, Ollie, don't be like that. You loved coming here.
When I was like 6, yeah. Not so much at 14.
Mom laughs. It's a nice laugh, loud and earnest, the kind that you can't do while working. A smile crosses my face, but it quickly disappears when my phone buzzes. I whip it out and slide open the lock as fast as I can, trying to read the notification.
Is it...
Buy one drink, get one free.
Despite their team effort to help me relax, both Mom and Millie have a giant sigh of disappointment too. Looks like we're all just trying to distract ourselves.
Anyhow, tell me more about yourself, Millie. What are you studying?
Ever the master of small talk, Mom starts listing off questions to Millie, listening earnestly and intently. Millie seems happy to oblige, occasionally trying to include me into the conversation. I try to keep up, but it's hard to focus. Instead, I try to log into the school webpage as we talk. Maybe they'll post it there first. Sure, the email's automated after the fact, and if the servers are down, maybe...
Right, Olive?
Huh? Yeah, sure. Wait, what?
I was just telling your mom about how much you've improved as a writer. And that you should publish your work sometime.
Huh? No, that's a terrible idea.
I'm just teasing. But, got you to look up from your phone for a minute.
Mom giggles and I sigh, blocking the phone for now. The last thing I need today is a heart attack. That can wait until after I know if I failed. As we walk, my mom starts telling Millie about her time in college. She never did finish her degree, but her love for study never quite left her. Occasionally, she'll still tell me about a random documentary she watched the other day or a particularly interesting internet article. It makes talking easy. The three of us find little sparks of inspiration through each topic, something to comment on and something to ask more about. Millie's usual air of rehearsed conversation is nowhere to be found. She would make some risque jokes, much to my mom's humor. As we near the end of the walk, the air is quiet. The families at the park have left for warmer climes, lunch probably, so it's just us for now. My phone buzzes again. I pull it out of my pocket, this time confirming first that it's a promotional text message before unlocking it. Mom and Millie try to act casual, but they've slowed to match my pace. As I open the application, the first words that catch my eye are final assessment. We all stop. I'm not even sure if any of us are breathing. Millie peeks over one shoulder while Mom clings onto me, trying to squint to see the lettering.
It's...
I tap the email.
This is it.
Loading. Refresh already, come on.
Is it up? Did you pass?
Inch by inch, the horribly presented 90 styles attachment loads in. So far, it only shows a deductions to the score. Missed question, incorrect tense, unclear sentence.
No matter what it is, Ollie, we're so incredibly proud of you.
Final assessment.
I passed.
Okay. I was at... That was done really well. I was actually kind of nervous there for a second, too. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That was a good build-up. Oh.
You passed?
I passed!
Oh, Olive! Congratulations!
My mom pulls me and Millie into a giant hug, jumping up and down and laughing. Millie laughs and ruffles my hair, spouting equal parts, "I told you so," and "you did it." I passed. So I don't mind the tears prickling at the corners of my eyes, and how stupid we must look to any passerby by jumping around an empty parking lot and screaming. I passed. Aw. The next day. Once again, I find myself outside Millie's apartment, though this time the occasion is much different. With my exams officially behind me and no plans to pursue a career as a novelist, I'm returning her notebooks finally. When I reached out about it, she invited me to go for a walk together just to keep in touch over break. Without the pretense of needing to study, we haven't been talking nearly as much as before. Since that day in the library, I'd been trying to forget. I promised to. The distance has helped in some ways, but more than anything, I do miss her, as a friend. So I agreed. But now, standing outside her apartment door, I almost regret it. No need to be nervous, I'm just going to see my girl space friend. I ring the doorbell, my heart doubling in pace as I do. Much as I want to tell myself I'm staying calm, maybe this should be expected. Muffled feet skipping up can be heard from the other side. The door opens just as a pair of hazel eyes peeks around the edge before swinging open.
Morning, Olive. Come right in.
Oh, hey. Are you...
I want to say awake. Her hair is undone and she looks like she just crawled out of bed. She yawns and waves her hand a bit in front of her face.
Sorry, no, I'm fine. You came a little bit earlier than I expected. Just give me a second, I'll be right out.
Sure, I can wait here.
Or you could wait in our perfectly comfortable kitchen.
I could do that.
Please tell me it's not full of dirty dishes again. She smirks a little, suppressing a laugh, and angles her body away from the door to gesture towards the kitchen. The otter's still there, yes! I quietly shuffle in after her and shut the door behind me. A slight scent hangs in there. Nail polish remover, perfume, or some mix of the two? Not exactly sure what it is, besides pleasant and sweet. The air is quiet, save for some ruffling inside the bedroom beside me. She's careful as she moves around, so I get the feeling the other two must still be asleep. As she turns away, I call out in a sudden whisper.
Oh, wait. Before you go and I forget. Here's your notebooks.
Oh, right. Thank you, Olive. I hope they came in handy.
More than you know. I think they might be the only reason I passed.
You really have to stop downplaying your own accomplishments.
Millie gives a slight pout as she leans over. I sit stunned before she gives me a quizzical look and grabs the notebooks from my hands. I feel my face flush hot instantly. So much for not being nervous. Oh my god, that's scary actually. A door clatters behind us, followed by a sudden motion darting up by Millie. The blur of movement turns out to be a much smaller woman sliding out of her bedroom right on cue.
Gotcha!
I love how messy her hair is. With a knowing mischievous grin, Caprice walks up, donning her hat like an old-timey detective.
The final puzzle piece falls into place. Think you could sneak a fast one by me, huh?
What are you on about now?
I'm solving the greatest mystery of our time. Why on earth would Olive here be in a writing class over the much cooler option? The only reason someone would choose your club over mine is because of a crush.
Oh my god, Caprice, don't exacerbate the situation, please, I beg you. She points at us both with a dramatic flair.
You two are dating.
You look so proud of yourself. What?
Don't even try. I'm onto you, sneaking around, whispering to each other. It was obvious.
Oh, I missed that. Hold on, let me... Can I have her read that back?
Yep, you got us.
What? What? What?
Wait, really? Like, really?
I look towards Millie as if trying to chime in a really of my own too.
You literally just said so. What were you expecting to hear? Happy? Now can you please leave us be? We have a date.
Fine. I know when I'm not wanted. You two lovebirds have fun. But I'm telling Mike you're ditching the family brunch for your new sweetheart.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Caprice, calm down.
You wouldn't.
Try me. Why wouldn't I? The guilt eating you up inside?
Because I haven't told him yet.
The banter stops cold turkey. Caprice hesitates, her pose relaxing, a look of guilt crossing her face. Millie turns back to me, slightly avoiding my eyes.
I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
She stands up and steals a glance towards Caprice, who shoves her hands in her pockets and pretends not to look. Millie disappears into her bedroom to get ready. Silence fills the room, something I would have thought to be a rarity around Caprice before. Seeing firsthand how quickly a row between them can go from angry to awkward, though, it's probably more common than I expected. I get the distinct feeling that she's staring at me. This is the first time we've really had to interact since I decided on the writing club, and the elephant in the room of Millie's declaration of our status hangs in the air.
So, Haley not up yet?
If someone working customer service, you'd really think I'd have any idea on how to do small
Still
talk
sleeping.
now.
Even through all this commotion?
Super heavy sleeper.
Caprice runs a hand through her hair and nails like she's trying to work herself up to something. Her question comes out in the airy exhale.
So when did it happen?
What?
Like, you know, you two?
Oh, yesterday.
Oh no. Sure, I guess. I mean, we made the plan to go on a walk yesterday. I tried to let my face belay just how confused I am at this, too.
What?
Please don't ask questions. I don't know anything about this either. Not that I hate it. I try to keep my expression neutral. Get a grip, Olive. Caprice, apparently not noticing, pulls a chair out from across me and starts picking at a tangerine, trying to get the peel off in one big strip. She's pouting in an exaggerating way, a smile sneaking through every couple seconds.
Millie's been off for the past while is all. Guess you got her good. To be honest, well, we set up this whole brunch to try and get her to cheer up a bit, but maybe this is better.
I feel warmth come to my face at her sincerity. Caprice's attempt at masking her smile proves futile, as it's as wise as I've ever seen it now, as she takes pleasure in it all.
Love is the worst, huh?
See, moving from the corner of my eye, Millie appears to have finished preparing as she arrives. Her winter clothes are appropriately classy for her. Maybe they do make me feel a little underdressed in comparison.
Oh, hey, you look great.
Thank you. You look pretty sharp yourself.
Just get going already.
Caprice's expression has returned to a disgruntled frown. It's genuinely impressive how quickly she can put that mask back on, even if it does crack sort of easily. As she flicks her hand a couple times to get the lovebirds out of her hair, the two of us do just that. Oh boy, now we get to have an awkward conversation, just the two of us. Yeah, boy. Given the circumstances, I really had no idea how today was going to go. I feel like both of us only had vague plans of what our schedule for the day was going to be like. Still, I don't think this is what either of us quite had in mind. We walk in silence all the way down the street to where her car, Junebug, is parked somewhat illegally in front of a fire hydrant. Well, I'm sure we're out of earshot from the apartment, and I stopped dead in my tracks.
Hey, so what was that?
Millie's cool expression lasts for a moment. She meets my gaze evenly like nothing was amiss. Then all at once it crumples as she throws her hands up into her hair.
Oh my god, After our talk last night, I told Caprice I was gonna go on a walk today instead of the brunch, but she kept insisting, and then I really didn't have a good excuse, and she said she'd bring the whole family so we can all go on a walk, and I really can't deal with more talks about how great the wedding is going to be and how beautiful it will all be and what a new beginning this is for everyone, and I just panicked, and I thought maybe if I said it was a date, she would give me a second to just breathe.
That was a lot, yes.
Oh gosh, Olive, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have roped you into this whole thing.
She loses any sense of composure and sinks, leaning against her car and hiding her face in her hands.
Okay. Can we back up, maybe?
I'm so sorry. I'll call Caprice now. I just didn't want to.
I'm not saying that. It's unexpected, sure, but I mean, you know, some context would really help me out here.
Millie pulls her face from her hands and looks at me. Something about this seems off, and there's a million things I want to ask. But first, small steps.
Let's go on that walk. And we can talk?
Millie stares at me like I just offered to give her $1 million.
Yeah, okay. A walk sounds great.
I remember the drive. We were headed to a park the next town over that has beautiful scenery, according to Millie. In the back of my head, I realized the whole plan was to get as far away from her apartment as possible. I couldn't find time to worry about that, though. Instead, I was carefully entangling the web of words Millie threw out in a panic, trying to figure out where to start. Maybe it's not necessary, though. We barely make it 5 steps and Millie begins fidgeting with her braid, starting and restarting sentences.
Right. So, maybe we can, the whole dating excuse thing.
That'd be a nice place to start.
I've been trying to get out of this brunch for, well, since they brought it up a few days ago. Caprice won't take no for an answer. Every time I try, she keeps pulling me back in. If I say I don't want to eat breakfast, she suggests lunch. If I say I have early dinner plans, she suggests brunch. Over and over.
Okay, so having a date.
I just thought if she saw I was doing something positive, she wouldn't mind.
Why not just say you're going out with Tanya?
Good point.
Because every time Tanya and I go out, we go to a bar. That only reignites her recruitment efforts.
Right, yeah. Old Faithful. Okay, I'm gonna keep streaming, but I am gonna take like a quick break to just go stretch my legs and refresh my water. I'm definitely still into this though. But yeah, it has been like over 2 hours since I started stream, so I do need to do just a little bit of self-care. So I'll probably be gone for a little bit, not super long, probably like 5 minutes tops. But I will be right back. Back. You know, it's crazy like how it's just like getting up and walking around for just like 2 minutes to, like, can make you feel like refreshed. But yeah, like, yeah, it does kind of suck when you like have, well, I wouldn't say suck, but like, because you shouldn't be lying in the first place. But yeah, if you have that friend to do something with all the time, then yeah, yeah, that excuse only goes so far. I tried to show it too much, but on that specific point, Caprice may be right. Oh, sorry, Alva, I didn't mean to cover up your eye. Although I was happy to join in those couple times, I don't think I can handle drinking any more often than that. I'm sure it can't be healthy, and it didn't escape me how the bartenders seemed to recognize both Millie and Tanya whenever we went. Millie pauses to watch some birds pick at the ground in front of us. Fluffy and fat, I wonder how easy life must be for them.
Okay. And going to this brunch is bad.
You could say that, but then you'd be the only other person on Team Millie in the whole world.
What's wrong with Caprice's family?
If they're anything like her, I can imagine why a whole crowd of them might be overwhelming. Instead, Millie turns to me, a difficult expression ran across her face.
It's not... The family brunch is supposed to be me, her, and our parents.
Oh, they're related?
They're getting married.
Oh. They're not related. They're... Oh. Oh, yeah, that... I can imagine how that makes things very awkward for the kids, actually, yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I know it shouldn't matter. They're adults, and they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, that connects a lot of pieces actually, because yeah, it's one of those things where like they're still not very outright disparaging to each other, but there's definitely like awkwardness because their parents are ooh, and they're like both basically adults themselves too. So like, ooh, that's gotta be very awkward on a lot of counts, and yeah.
I just wish they'd stop trying to drag me into it.
Yeah, sorry. I wasn't expecting that. Do you not like her mom?
No, it's not that at all. I adore Charlie. It's just...
Millie groans, trying to explain something that she's well not sure I won't understand.
It's just... I can't get into it right now. I just really need some space. I feel like ever since that announcement, I haven't been able to even think without Caprice barging in, trying to fix everything with brute force and a smile.
She goes quiet. I don't know what I could possibly say, or if I even should say anything. Whatever's going on has a depth I'm not equipped for. Millie herself seems to struggle scratching the surface of it, so whatever chance I have is close to none. Watching her stare out towards the trees where the birds have flocked together and nestled on a branch, I can see her go through a million different explanations and ultimately fail to develop any single one. Between the Ryan Club falling apart around her, being bombarded with a wedding she doesn't approve of at home, and even her friends roping me in to help in their own ways, I think I might understand a bit better now. Even if the way she went about was a pure survival instinct, I don't think I mind being a quick getaway. The shield let her get away from it all.
Alright, I think I get it.
Are you mad? I would be pretty mad.
Eh.
I decided to leave out the fact that tiny bit of what Caprice had said earlier rang true. A bit of a crush never hurt anyone.
Look, the fact is, without you, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. Maybe working a second job to try and pay back my mom or whatever. The least I can do is help you get some peace of mind. You of all people deserve that.
Aw. Millie blinks a few times. A broad grin grows across her face, and then I lose my footing slightly as she pulls me into a hug.
Thank you so much, Olive.
Don't mention it.
Do you want to set some ground rules?
I mean, we can just play it by ear. I did tell Caprice we just started dating yesterday.
We do another lap around the lake, exchanging general rules and guidelines. No kissing, as if that was an option. Yes, hand-holding. No pet names. We promise not to worry too much over it, not to let it ruin what we have going for us. Halfway through, it becomes a bit of a game. We start going back and forth on fun excuses for her to use, like my apartment being flooded, or how we planned a backpacking trip for the entire weekend. Some of Millie's inner author comes out as we talk over the specifics of our story. That I confessed to her, that she accepted, that I gave her some flowers. I'm struck immediately by how much of a romantic she is. We round the bend of the lake once more, smiling.
That's good. Oh, and if they ask why I fell for you, it'll be because of a story you wrote in club that just captured my heart.
Oh, which one? My totally fictional romance from the point of view of a failing student?
She gives me a playful shove and we head over to the car. I wait on the sidewalk as she goes to retrieve it. Parked so close to two cars that there'd be no possible way for me to get in without hitting the car next to it. That can't be good. I lean over to get a glimpse of Millie's expression, but instead I just see her hair as she rests her forehead against the steering wheel. She pulls out her cell phone and begins dialing. A few hours later.
Want another cup of coffee?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
I top her off, laying out some extra creamer on the table. After her car broke down, she called a tow truck and got taken to her dad's repair shop. We took the bus back to town. I'm not really scheduled to work, but I figured hang out here was probably better than my place. Understandably, after this morning, Millie was reticent to go back to her apartment so early too. She didn't call her dad until well after 3, when they'd definitely be done with their brunch. She gave a lukewarm excuse about her car breaking down and her cell not having signal. Since then, we've been hanging out here until her car's ready. Her dad promised to drop it off once he got it working again.
Are you sure you don't want to take a break?
I will just sit still for hours. I put on an apron a bit earlier and started helping out with the dinner rush.
I'm fine. Can you run table 3? It's in the window.
Mom shakes her head in defeat and loads her arms up with plates, scurrying off back to deliver food. Millie's been sitting in the same booth for a few hours now. The time we've been here, she's almost finished a novel she's working through. Some mystery novel. Every once in a while, she flips forward a few pages with a worried look on her face, only to exhale in relief and go back to where she was. When I ask her about it...
I can't stand not knowing if my favorite character is going to die or not. I have to check to prepare myself.
You fool, you're spoiling it. You're spoiling yourself.
What do you do if they do?
Skip to the end to see if the killer gets caught.
You fool, you're spoiling yourself.
And if it ends on a cliffhanger?
I return the book.
Inside, night has fallen. Inside, night has fallen. I don't mind the days getting shorter, but it definitely screws my overall perception of time. I'm cleaning off an empty table when the bell chimes.
Welcome to the Bell House.
Oh, is that her dad? He was a lot younger than I expected.
Hey, I'm looking for...
Dad, I'm over here.
Millie springs up from her table, grabbing her book as she goes. The man, Millie's dad apparently, perks up right away, instantly looking more comfortable seeing his daughter than talking to a random stranger.
Thanks for coming out here. How's Junebug?
See for yourself.
He gestures outside where Millie's car is idling at the parking spot closest to the door. Millie exhales loudly, pressing her hands close to her chest. Not wanting to eavesdrop, I busy myself cleaning the booth Millie was at. Unfortunately, it's also a very small diner, so it's impossible not to overhear everything.
Wow, thank goodness. What was wrong with her?
Nothing too major. Just had a bit of buildup in the injector.
He puts his hand in his pockets, glancing away from Millie.
You got a royal change somewhere else, huh?
Oh, yeah, I just didn't want to bother you.
You never bother me. If you brought it to our place, would have been able to catch it.
Lesson learned, I guess.
Millie looks over to me smiling. She waves me over to join in the conversation. I shake my head no, but her dad locks eyes with me expectantly. She's already introduced me before I stand up straight.
Dad, this is Olive. They're the student I was tutoring last semester. Olive, this is my dad.
Mike's fine. Nice to meet you, Olive.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
I give Millie a wary glance. For the person whose marriage is causing an entire feud between her and Caprice, I expected someone tougher to deal with. Instead, he extends a warm handshake. And she does seem to be in very good terms with him, so maybe there's something about... 1 second, oh god. Oh, that was a bad sneeze. Oh, I'm so glad I caught that. But it makes me feel like the issue probably isn't with her dad. Or at least on Millie's point of view, it probably isn't with her dad. There's probably something about Caprice's mom she doesn't like. His hands are large and rough, and he has a slight smile, like a man who's just as awkward at meeting new people as I am.
Well, ready to get going, Millie?
Sure. Want me to drop you off at home or the shop?
Actually,
Oh no, that's the mom, ain't it? That's Caprice's mom, isn't it? The bell chimes again. Gingerly stepping away from the two in the middle of the aisle, I go to greet the new customer, but she immediately gives me a polite nod and heads over to meet them too. Oh, it's coming again, hold on. Oh god, okay.
Mike, I had to park around the corner. You know it says customers only, right?
Charlie, I thought we'd order some food for dinner while we're here.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'll ask Caprice what she'd like.
The woman called Charlie gives Millie a warm smile when she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear.
Hey, Millie. We missed you at brunch. How are you doing?
Oh, hey, Miss Shifton.
Ah, so that's... Millie shrugs on her coat, ending the conversation from earlier without asking more. Charlie glances at Mike with an unspoken question. He awkwardly looks around and grabs a menu off one of the tables. Oh my goodness, is that the Miss Mori with the first time chat? Hello, I hope you've been having a good evening. I'm sorry I missed last Monday. Life's been hectic. But it's been going okay. As okay as it can be. Yes, hello. As you can see, we are playing a little bit of the traditional VN visual novel experience tonight. I've also been dissecting the story as I go along, so if I start yapping out of nowhere, well, that's just how it goes. Well, yeah, it's Women Wednesday. Every Wednesday we gotta play games about women, you know? You know how it is. You know how it is. You gotta respect Women Wednesday. It's kind of funny, too, because I can tell, Millie's relationship with Charlie is kind of strained here. And I want to get this, thought before I forget about it, because it's, I can tell her, relationship with, Caprice's mom is strained here. I'm wondering if it's, if you go Caprice's route, it's, something similar happens, where you, meet her mom and then Mike shows up and all of a sudden things get kind of awkward.
Actually, Caprice is over at our place right now. We were just going over the date, and we were thinking of moving it back a weekend. I thought we could all eat dinner together. Wanna drop Junebug off at the apartment and carpool in the truck?
No thanks.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna be honest, I'm enjoying this game a lot more than I thought I would. The characters are great. Story, I'm kind of... Well, actually, no, the story's pretty good. There are a lot of little things they keep doing that, just charm the pants off me, so... But yeah, I hope you've been having a good week. I know work's been kind of for you, but that's how it be, right? Ooh, the air in the diner feels instantly colder. Even the couple customers up front have lowered their voices. Try not to bother the standoff happening in the middle of the aisle.
I already ate, so I'm gonna head back and get some rest. It's been a long day.
No, of course. It really was nice seeing you.
Are you sure? If you'd like to take Junebug instead.
Nope. Oh wow, she's having none of that. Yikes. The two talk at the same time, but Millie graciously sidesteps both of them and swings open the door. She stops only to glance back at me and give me a wave.
See you later, Olive.
Yikes. Ooh.
Good night.
She disappears down the steps into her waiting car, apologizes as a family waiting to enter the diner and stand aside for her. Charlie and Mike speak to each other in a hushed tone after moving to the side of the car so my mom can see another family coming in. I get back to my work, but not long after, Mom approaches the window.
Hey, honey. Can you start a to-go order? It's for 3.
Sure thing.
Charlie and Mike sit at the bar stools. Even from here, I hear Mike leaving a voicemail for Millie, asking her to call him back whenever she'd like to chat. Oh, that actually kind of breaks my heart. You can genuinely tell they're both like really sad, like kind of bummed out about this. Oof. Charlie picks at her manicured nails, flakes of paint coming off as she stares outside the window. Regret is written plainly across her face. I put extra fries in the order of Lord Fries. Half have guilt for lying earlier, and half hoping I'll ease some of the tensions from tonight. Oof. I kind of want to know more about what's going on, because I do like Millie as a character, but I don't know, I kind of can't help but get the vibe that maybe she's being a bit unreasonable. I don't know. I turn the plate in my hands, examining the overall construction of the meal. It's been a long time since I've had a moment to really try something new. With the holidays rolling in, I thought adding a new special to the menu would be a good chance to do so. I'm pretty proud of how it came out. It's a French toast topped with a festive spiced fruit jam and a side of bacon, and easy enough to make a big batch overnight. I jot down a few more notes in the memo pad and take a bite. Ugh, too spiced. My phone buzzes on the counter nearby. I wipe my hands clean and put the plate aside. Olive. My caring and wonderful and amazing partner who invited me out to an event today. Well, what's up? Any chance you can come by and give me an alibi? My dad wants me to come help choose a wedding cake. For us? Olive. JK, where are you? Tanya's. Okay, give me 30 minutes. See you. It's been a while since I've seen Tanya, but I'm still hoping for a quick hello and goodbye without any fanfare. I clean up the kitchen quickly and shrug on my coat, checking the weather outside. It's pretty cold, but waiting for the trolley would probably take longer than just biking. Looks like circumstance to make the decision for me this time. I head out, grab my bike, and make my way over to Tanya's. Once again, I am just floored by... I'm just honestly kind of floored by Olive's, like, just like the tenacity to go biking in the snow. Like, what a lunatic.
Congratulations!
So much for a quick hello and goodbye. Immediately after knocking on the door, Tanya dragged me inside, demanding gossip about our situation.
You know, I always suspected it. My gut never lies. Even if I think you could do better, Mills.
You're drunk.
Tipsy. Barely buzzed. Doesn't mean I'm blind.
My eyes wander over the table in the corner of the room. At least 2 empty beer cans are knocked over, and there's an open bag of cider.
Tanya.
She's not wrong. I got very lucky.
Part of me feels bad for how thick I'm laying it on, but hey, it helps sell the story. There's also the fact that it comes surprisingly naturally.
See? They passed the test. Second one of the year, and way more important than that other one.
You mean my finals? More important than getting through college?
Yep.
Hard to argue with that.
Are you good to drive, Millie?
Of course she is. Love has made her such a square, she won't even split a wine with me. Here I am celebrating her first date ever, all alone.
So there was wine, too.
First date? We've had several already.
Olive, no we haven't. I mean, we have?
No need to be embarrassed. Like I said, I knew it from the start. I won't hold a grudge that you were trying to keep your new hotness a secret.
Please never say that again.
I can only imagine. All those times in the writing club, staying behind just to steal a kiss from each other. God, what a couple of romantics.
Tanya, please.
Tanya, you're having way too much fun with this, and I respect that. I close my eyes and try to will myself not to react to any of Tanya's teasing. Millie herself slightly shifts in her seat. Sorry in advance, Millie.
Well, we should head out. Don't want to miss a reservation.
Oh no. Suddenly Tanya narrows her eyes, gesturing towards me with a bottle of cider.
Reservation? I thought it was all romantic and spontaneous.
Millie starts to try and get an explanation in, but I wave my hand.
I wanted to take her somewhere nice, so I called around earlier. I didn't tell her until I had a place lined up.
I turn to Millie, taking her hand and helping her up.
Surprise!
She takes a second to react, but when she does, her face relaxes and she nods. Oh wow, they just really materialized those coats, didn't they? She stands next to me and we shrug our coats back on, successfully about to knock, knock, knock. Oh, why do you have to make the sound effect after I make it? Now I look like a bizarre little creature.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, hey girl, it's been a minute since I've seen you. Haley calls out, she opens the unlocked door and peeks her head in. And at least she knocked.
Haley? What are you doing here?
I'm here to pick you up. Tanya texted me.
Okay. She looks around Millie's shoulder at Tanya, who's laying with her feet up on the table.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I sent that earlier because I thought we'd be partying and you'd need a lift.
Yep. I brought some energy drinks so you could sober up for that wedding thing later.
Oh my gosh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Haley. Great to see you, actually. I'm fine, so let's go outside. Bye, Tanya.
Methinks this whole whole fake relationship thing isn't going to last very long. Just call it a hunch. Millie flies out the door, towing me by the hand and giving an uncharacteristically chipper wave before closing behind her. Tanya yells out a goodbye as we go. It's quiet in the hallway. Haley gives us a blank stare, the bag of cans she's carrying clinging together as she angles her body towards us.
Hey, Olive.
Hey, Haley.
Haley! Wait, Haley, oh my god. That works. That works better than it has any... Why am I like this?
Hi! We really need to get going now, so...
God, I can already feel the brain rot coming on. I'm gonna say Haley, Haley, every time she comes on screen now. I hate myself so much.
Yeah, don't want to be late.
She turns towards me, her expression unchanged. Something about how she stares directly at me makes me break eye contact.
Where are you headed?
Just, out.
There's a taxi out front if you need a lift. We can swing by your place.
Actually, I'm going out with Millie today.
Since when?
She doesn't miss a beat. It's harder than expected to keep a conversation going like this, especially with how sharp she is. More so when she provides no feedback at all if she's convinced.
They just invited me out a bit ago. It was a surprise.
Uh-huh.
A loud, shrill honk. That is very loud. Dear Lord. A loud, shrill honk comes from outside. Haley doesn't flinch so much as she just glances at her phone briefly.
So you're not going out with Caprice and them?
No, sorry. Like I said, Olive actually arranged a date for...
You should tell them then. Caprice is waiting for you.
What, really? She's going to be late.
Yep. Anyway, if you don't need the ride, I'm gonna head home. See ya.
Ooh, this is gonna be very awkward. She gives me one last long look, broken by the impatient taxi driver outside laying on their horn again. Haley doesn't wait for us to leave, walking away without another word. Only when we hear the car outside take off do we both relax.
That felt bad.
Sorry. Are you having second thoughts?
No, I didn't think she'd wait for me.
Grace?
Yeah, she was really excited to go out today. I told her I wasn't sure if I would have plans, and I figured once it got late enough, she'd just head out.
Your friend cares for you, though, homie. I'm telling you, like, you might not approve of this marriage, but she's totally on board, and you know, she wants to. She's reaching out. Maybe kind of sloppy, but as best she knows how.
Guess that's on me, though. She'd stop at nothing to try and make me participate.
There isn't any hint of bitterness or anger in her voice. In fact, Millie is smiling as she taps away a message to Caprice.
Well, if you want to cancel a reservation, I won't stop you.
And make you come all the way out here for nothing? I appreciate the offer, but I'm not ready to just pretend it's all fine just yet.
She sends off the message and pockets her phone, looking back up at me with bright eyes.
So, where's our super romantic getaway?
I have some grocery shopping to do.
Sounds perfect.
I don't know, man. Like, choosing groceries can be pretty romantic. I'm just saying. Like, just like sitting down with your, like, going out with your partner and just like planning multiple meals. Like, that can be kind of a cute date. Maybe I'm just weird though. The pay for next semester's classes is daunting, to say the least. Considering the circumstances, I didn't have the heart to plan out my next batch of classes. After all, the last thing I wanted was to get my hopes up. All the same, just like every semester, the sheer breadth and variety of the classes makes it hard to focus on any one.
Wait, business management? You took a business management course? Were you a business major? How did I not know this?
I meet her incredulous disgust with a snort of amusement.
I wasn't not a business major. What did you think I was studying?
I don't know. Culinary arts, maybe? Botany? Anything but business.
Does our college offer a botany major?
Well...
Does it, Millie?
Does it? Tell me. How familiar are you with the curriculum, or do you only care about writing? Is that your hyperfixation? Tell me.
All right. Enjoy your capitalist nightmare.
Believe me, after the hell that last semester put me through, I think I'll take it as a sign to switch things up. I was just trying to find a major with steady job opportunities. Gotta stack the deck in my favor somehow with all the debt hanging over my head. We can't all be artists.
What makes you think I don't have debt?
Student loans, you fool.
Sorry. Everything about you says scholarship or maybe high school valedictorian.
That gets a laugh out of her. I'd honestly be surprised if she didn't have a full ride to university after this, but it's probably rude to ask.
Caprice actually got valedictorian.
That goofball? Huh? Really? Really? Well, I gotta expand my screenshot collection a little bit more. I'm just gonna... Okay, honestly, if they're selling a badge of that little Caprice face at Off-Kai anywhere, I am 100% buying that. That is too good.
But I still got salutatorian. We were neck and neck our entire high school career, but the amount of extra credit she got through club activities pushed her over first place in the end. I spent all my extra time studying just to keep up with her.
With a flourish, Millie stretches and takes another sip of her coffee, finishing it off. The smell of hazelnut has overtaken her whole booth with the amount of flavored creamer she used. She turns the computer back towards her and gives it one more scroll through, counting the amount of credits I've selected. It's mostly general education, with one basic class mixed in, thanks to Millie's recommendation of finding one class to get excited for.
Choice of major aside, I think this is a much more sustainable selection than you had last semester. It's no wonder everything came crashing down at the end. You have to account for time to rest in your schedule too.
I decided to refrain from telling her the free time would likely be used to pick up extra shifts here. My mom's employing double shifts far too often for my comfort.
Yeah, I'll try. Thanks for looking it over with me.
The bell chimes. Looks like break time's over. Sign up, I put on a curious smile and go to greet. Which of our friends is it this time? Who is it today? Who are we gonna get surprised with?
Howdy, it's me.
I mean, okay. She's been here before. Caprice bounds in with a characteristic wave like she's come into a friend's house instead of a restaurant. She looks around with bright eyes, catching Millie's glance and giving her a big wave too.
Ooh, are you two on a date? Excuse the interruption.
Millie was just helping me with my schedule for next semester.
To take all the same classes and pass love notes during the teacher's lectures? How shameless.
Okay. Caprice is definitely like way too high energy for me, but her facial expressions are so on point. I feel like I'm gonna be laughing like a lunatic all throughout her route when I eventually get to that.
Where are you getting these ideas?
That does remind me. I never did properly congratulate you for passing your finals. So, congratulations!
Oh god, she manifested confetti. If she could make confetti fly around with just enthusiasm and volume, the entire trolley car would be full of it. No, you fool. She'll summon more. Stop.
Thanks. It's really all thanks to Millie. She's a great teacher.
I bet. Oh, right.
She stands up straight like she's just remembered why she's here and immediately pulls out a sketchbook. On the side, next to a full page of doodles of various objects I recognize from around town, is a neat row of writing.
Can I get some drinks to go? We would have gone to the vending machine down the way, but it's broken.
Sure thing.
She follows me over to the order window and lists off everyone's individual drink, each with special instructions like extra ice, and it's probably a joke, but she asks if you could put a shot of bourbon in it too. After she pays, I slide back the change and immediately get to work on the order. The other drinks don't take too long, but someone, Elson, ordered a fancy latte. While I prepare the cup with equal parts chocolate and caramel, Caprice sits at the bar stool swinging her legs.
We're doing Pomodoro practice around town. Have you ever heard of it?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes, we actually do it in the writing club pretty often.
You're not going to explain it to me, are you?
What's it called again?
Okay, please explain it to me. Olive, thank you. Caprice giggles a bit and Millie rolls her eyes, hopefully in good humor.
We usually call it the Pomodoro timer. It's when you set a solid amount of time aside and write as much as you can before the timer runs out.
Oh yeah, I didn't know there was a name for that.
It's a good technique for just getting words written in a first draft, even if they need to be edited later.
Or to get sketches down on a page.
You know, I wonder if that's what, Ran, who's like another VTuber I like watch, I wonder if that's what she does, because I notice that whenever she does like her writing streams, like she usually says a timer. I should ask her about that sometime.
Exactly.
They share a smile together, obviously sharing the excitement of practicing their craft. It's kind of refreshing to see. I think back to when Haley visited my apartment long ago, and the picture she showed me of Millie and Caprice at a party together. Seeing like this makes sense. Like it's always supposed to have been this way. That said, something clicks in the back of my head hearing all this talk about practicing in timers, especially given the weather outside.
Wait, you're out with the art club? I thought the campus was closed for winter.
Yeah, you can hang out with the homies, man.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, you can hang out with the homies outside of club activities, man. She unlocks her phone with one smooth motion and swipes through countless open apps before landing on the calendar. She holds up to the window, and while I can't really make out what anything says, especially while trying to foam the milk for this damn drink, Allison, it looks pretty filled up with multicolor events.
Rain, sleet, snow, or hail, the arts club draws.
You didn't think that pitch through, did ya? The confidence to start a rhyme without knowing how to finish it is admirable.
The art club draws without fail?
Oh, yes, good one.
Saying that, Caprice pockets her phone and thumbs a page of her sketchbook, humming a little to herself.
Really, it's more of a get-together between friends. Melissa and Eileen didn't even bring their sketchbooks. But it's really nice to have a reason to see each other, so we keep it up even during breaks.
Seems about right. The little I've interacted with the group as a whole, it seems like team building and lifting each other up was the main focus of the club over any creative endeavor. I put a generous helping of whipped cream on top and immediately ruin it by putting on the lid, packing all 4 drinks in the carry container. Yeah, I always wonder that. Why do you put like all this stuff on top of like coffees and stuff when you're just gonna put a lid on and just crush it down? I don't know.
Here you go.
Thank you.
She stands up to grab the drinks, but hesitates at the last moment, her hands hovering the tray.
Actually, have you thought about joining the art club?
This again.
Huh?
From over Caprice's shoulder, I see Millie look up from the table. I can't make out what kind of expression she has. Caprice's face comes back into my view as she leans over to get my full attention.
It's a bunch of fun. We go out on field trips, help each other study, and just have a good time.
Oh, or maybe because it's a new semester, she's like trying to strike again.
Caprice.
Millie tenses her fingers together carefully, like she's working out a good way to continue. Caprice doesn't wait for her to figure it out, though, turning around with a bright smile.
Oh, there's more than enough room for you too, Millie. I wouldn't dream of separating you two lovebirds.
We're fine, Caprice. Neither of us need your pity.
It looks like she just wants to hang out, man.
Huh? What? All have passed their classes, so it's not like they need the tutoring anymore, right? Even then, they can just study with everyone in the art club instead.
What if they like the writing club?
Oh, come on, Millie. You don't even like the writing club.
Yikes. This is going south really quick.
Stop trying to read my mind and fix things that aren't a problem.
I'm not. I'm just trying to be nice. Did you forget what that looks like?
If wedging yourself in your club in the middle of everything is being nice, I'd really like to know what you think being insulting is.
Why are you always picking a fight with me? It's like everything I say just sets you off.
Why don't you try talking less?
Okay, hey, maybe we should take a minute.
Yeah, like the way honestly, like, I liked Millie a lot at first. I'm kind of starting to get, like, mixed feelings on her now. Like, I don't know, it's like, initially, like, yeah, like, I thought Caprice was kind of like an airhead, but, like, now that I have, like, kind of, like, some insight into, like, what their home life is like, it's kind of like, you know, I kind of see, like, both sides of the bridge, and, like, maybe I was a little too harsh on Caprice myself. Because here, like, yeah, I get it, but, like, it does kind of come off as her trying to, like, poach another club's members, but also, like, I think she's generally just trying to be friendly, you know? Like, hey, like, you spend a lot of time with my soon-to-be sister, you know, I want to get to know you better, or, and even then, they've been, like, friends for a very long time, like, clearly Caprice wants to just like, you know, bridge the gap, like hang out with people more and get to know them better. I don't see any harm in that. It's just, sure, she might not be great wording it the most gracefully, but like that's kind of like the whole point of the art club, right? Is like it gives her like a venue for that, right? Like just invite people to come hang out. But yeah, I feel like Millie's being like a little too aggressive here for no good reason. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Whatever, I'm out of here.
Caprice takes a tray, her care in making sure not to spill, carefully balanced by her storming off. With the final huff, she looks up to me.
Just think about it, Olive. Sometimes Millie doesn't know a bad situation if it bit her in the...
Are you leaving or not?
Caprice closes her eyes tightly, shaking her head and refusing to respond to her. With a careful glance towards Millie, I try to keep a level, non-argumentative tone.
Thanks for the offer, Caprice. I think I'll stick with Millie in the writing club, though.
Really?
Really?
I shoot Millie a glance and try to communicate a "you really shouldn't be the one asking that" expression. Somehow she pulls her shoulders back in a more confident look. Something I didn't realize she had lost throughout her this argument until now.
That's that then.
All right. Offer still open anyway. For both of you.
With that, she leaves Millie and I behind. The air in the Bell House feels several degrees colder with her gone. All the heightened emotions drained now. Millie avoids my eye contact for a bit, her brows knit together, her hands fidgeting non-stop. 10 minutes pass before she stands up and brings her empty mug to the counter.
Can I get a refill?
Sure.
Another smile.
Were you only saying that thing about the writing club because you're my pretend partner?
Nah. If I was, though, I'd be pretend partner of the year.
Another laugh. Bit by bit, the atmosphere in the diner changes to one of relaxed separation. As I get to work for the oncoming dinner rush, Millie reads out a few more class options in case I want to swap one out. Afternoon becomes dusk, customers begin pouring in, and Millie heads home. When I look at my computer again, I can see a poorly typed out cat with a thumbs up emote next to it. Good luck next semester. Remember, hang in there. Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like Millie's like maybe even being a little too harsh on Caprice too. I don't know though. Oh, Merry Christmas, everybody. The smell of pretzels and hot coffee fills the air as the crowd moves back and forth through the plaza. The food stall set up at the other end of the street casts golden light on the brick, while the holiday tree in the center provides a centerpiece of the festivities. I usually pass by my way to work, but for once I'm milling about, trying to find a quiet area to wait. I check my messages and make sure I've gotten the place right. Kinda at work, why? We need to talk. What time do you get off? 6, what's up? Oh, there's more, okay. Hey, are you busy? Okay, meet me at the plaza after your shift. Is that Haley? I only say that because I like the headphones. I sigh. If it weren't for the fact I was just getting out of work anyway, I'd probably reschedule for another day. I pull my coat around myself a little and bury my face in my scarf. The heat from the food stalls is helping against the bitter cold, but all the same, I'd really like to get home soon. Are you coming?
Hey.
Haley! God damn. My brain rot. I hate it so much. I nearly jump out of my skin as Haley pops up in behind me. She pockets her phone as she approaches and tosses out an empty cup in the nearby trash can.
Jeez. Please stop sneaking up on me.
Pay more attention to your surroundings.
brother, it's crowded. How could I pick you out of the crowd? How could Olive pick you out of the crowd? I keep saying I. I hate that I have this habit of like perceiving myself as protagonist of the game when I start playing it for too long. I decide not to point out the obvious contradiction, considering she never gets more than 10 steps without drawing out the world of music.
I'll try. So, what's going on? I don't usually respond to cryptic messages asking to meet up.
I won't lead you to any secondary locations. Relax.
It'd be easier to if I knew what you wanted to talk about.
Oh, that. It's about Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Ailey. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I just realized. Christmas means the family gets together. Millie is unhappy about her parents' marriage. Ooh. She pauses like I'm supposed to grasp some sort of meaning from that. I return her a look of blank confusion, earning a long sigh in response.
Millie hosts Christmas at her house. Every single year for over 20 years. Her and Caprice's families celebrate together.
Oh no, this is gonna be the first year since the wedding was announced.
So, about Millie and you.
Oh no, in order to keep up the lie. Ooh. Haley closes her eyes for a long, thoughtful moment. I wait for her to continue, but I'm not sure if it's coming.
About us?
She opens her eyes, but avoids my gaze.
You can drop the act. I'm not gonna tell the others about your fake relationship, dating, whatever you have going on.
Of course, Haley would figure it out. Her voice stays completely level. She doesn't even raise her eyebrows or look particularly concerned. As for me, I feel my heart drop to the pit of my stomach. In a way, it was expected. Being caught in a lie, regardless of intention, weighs on my shoulders.
You knew?
Obviously.
Man, sure, I thought we were doing a pretty good job of it.
Sorta.
She shrugs like that's explanation enough.
Anyway, that's not the point. Not entirely. I think I get it. You swoop in and save Millie from her overbearing best friend and clueless family, and she gets to avoid her problems.
I mean, when you word it like that sounds kind of awful.
Huh?
All I'm asking is you don't mess up this Christmas thing. It's not supposed to be any of my business, but Caprice has been working really hard on this. She's trying to fix things. If Millie keeps running away, nothing will improve.
This is correct. The sense of guilt and shame fades away with every sentence, replaces something else. Something stronger that pounds in my chest.
You don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh.
Huh?
Did you really call me out here to help protect Caprice? To defend this whole marriage thing?
I'm in love with you, Olive. We don't have like both sides of the story. We really only have just Millie's perspective on the whole situation. And Haley kind of has a point. Like, this isn't something that can be kind of like avoided forever. You know, like, what you're gonna do? Have a fake marriage eventually? Like, no, you're gonna have to come clean eventually. She meets my gaze. Once again, there isn't a hint of malice or anger. Instead, I'm almost taken aback by how calmly she regards me, even as I feel myself getting worked up. I take a deep breath. Whatever Haley's reasoning, she's listening. She's not trying to melt for the sake of it, and she's just as much a friend to Millie as she is Caprice. She's not trying to take sides.
I know you're trying to look out for them. You have to trust Millie too. She knows what she's doing.
Does she, though?
Does she?
Exactly. It's not a challenge. It's not a judgment. Haley looks to me for assurance.
Yeah. She's not running away to avoid her problems. She's trying to work through things in her own way. And no one is letting her. Even you being here is proof of everything going on.
Haley nods patiently. I wonder how many times Millie's had to have this conversation for her own sake. It's something she's mentioned before. The constant asking to move on, the push to just try, the request to put up with things that are overwhelming in their own right. It's no wonder she asked me to be there for her. Fake partner or not, I might be the only person who isn't asking her to change how she feels.
Millie needs someone on her side. I want to be that person. If she needs somewhere to go or someone to turn to during Christmas, I'm going to be there. I'm not going to ask her to go back or make up or try to make things work. I can't. I just want to help her get space to work things out on her own.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, that's actually a much healthier, like, handle on that, though, because, yeah, sometimes we all kind of need, like, some alone time, you know? The response is so simple. My gut reaction is telling me she doesn't really believe me. In reality, though, Haley smiles.
You're right. Or she's right. Whatever.
She puts her hands in her pockets after that simple statement. Every part of me wants to ask more if she's being honest or not, how she's feeling. But I don't think Haley would respond either way.
I should apologize to her.
It's not your fault. None of this is anyone's fault.
Yeah, you can't help who you fall in love with, man. You know, that is interesting, though, because she mentioned that, like, Caprice and Millie's families, like, had Christmas together for, like, 20 years. And this is, like, the first year where, like, both their parents are getting married to each other. Like, what? I'm a little curious how that happened. Like, I want to know the lore on that. Like, clearly, like, they have known each other a very long time.
It's just that Millie's really been on her own lately. What you're asking me to do is...
A betrayal? Unthinkable?
Nah, I get it. I hope you're doing the right thing.
I hope so too.
Well, things will probably work out then. Like you said, it's not anyone's fault. Everyone's doing their best. And it looks like things aren't as fake as I thought.
Yeah, that's like the thing that sucks too is like... I mean, like I said, you can't help who you fall in love with. It's not like their parents like knew what was gonna happen in the future or anything, but still, like, man. Yeah, it's an awkward situation for everybody in some way. She puts on her headphones. Conversation over. Point made. A blush would rise my face if I wasn't still coming down from the earlier defensiveness.
See you.
Yeah. See you.
I respond to her as she's already leaving. The music playing from her headphones just loud enough to hear as she walks past. I think part of what made Haley so, like, easy to accept that too is just the fact that, like, Olive offered that at the book. Well, not really offered, but she kind of had that moment with Olive earlier too, where she was kind of like, "Hey, Olive, like, can I just come hang out with you for a bit? Because Millie and Caprice, like, it's just hard to be around sometimes." Maybe that's kind of like the perspective, like, Haley's looking at from too, because it's like, you know what? Maybe I'm not the only one who needs a break. Plaza's getting busier by the moment. I feel myself getting a little lost in the crowd as I try to edge my way out, back to the streets to get home. Just as I break through the noise, my phone rings. A now familiar icon front and center.
Hey, Millie.
Olive, hey! I didn't catch you at a bad time, did I?
Nah. What's up?
Let me guess, Christmas.
Well, it's about Christmas.
How'd I know? How'd I know? Deja vu. Millie speaks quietly into the phone as I make my way home through the already dark streets, her voice keeping me company. She talks about how big of a tradition Christmas is, how Caprice and her mom will be there, and how it's usually the highlight of the year. If I just heard it all from Haley, it would feel rude to interrupt. Well, plus if you tell her Haley had this conversation with you, she might get kind of mad, you know? By the time I get home, she drops a question.
So, I know it's a big ask. Do you have any holiday plans?
I don't. No. My mom and I will be celebrating a bit early this year, so I'll be free.
It's standard by this point. It's really hard to turn down the double holiday pay, so we're used to celebrating either a few days early or late. It's quiet for a few moments. The only sign that Millie is still there is a faint shuffling on the other end.
You're gonna make me ask it outright, huh?
I smile low to myself.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'll be your plus one.
She heaves a giant sigh of relief into the receiver, crackling through into my phone's poor speaker. My apartment is cold. I crank the heat on all the way, knowing full well it'll probably take at least a couple hours before it warms up.
So, see you soon?
See you.
In the cold of my living room, I start mulling over Christmas gifts. Anything's a better distraction than thinking too much about the conversation with Haley. Fake relationship or not, I care about Millie, and the extent that I do is starting to feel undeniably real. I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to stamp down any hopes that she feels the same too. No, you gotta have confidence, man. 3 weeks later. How long is this winter break? I woke up expecting a text from Millie telling me she was waiting to pick me up outside. I got half of it right, at least. Rather than enjoying the morning in the passenger seat of a heater-equipped car. I'm spending riding my bike down a city street I'm largely unfamiliar with, the duffel bag across my shoulder making this more uncomfortable than normal. I've read over her text again every few minutes to reconfirm the address, the rest of the message being entirely foreign to me. Idling rough? What does that even mean? Something about spark plugs? I don't know. Eventually, I find a set of numbers that match up, and the exterior at least looks enough like a machinist shop. More than eager to escape from the cold, I dismount from my bike and step inside. Oh. Oh no, we're going to the Baron's house. Well, I guess that makes sense. Their apartment probably won't allow for a family gathering. That's an incredibly well-drawn car, actually. I'm sorry, I gotta appreciate that for a second. That's a extremely... Look at the detail on that, like... The shading, like the way the yellow shines, like... That's an extremely well-drawn car. I want to know who drew that car. That's real nice looking. Like whoever drew that car knew what they were like. They know what they were doing. They were cooking. Sorry, I'm not even a big car person, but that car is just very well drawn. Anyway. Well, if there was any doubt I was in the right place, the little red car front and center really dispels it. Millie spots me before I see her, ducking out from behind the car to greet me.
Hey there! Sorry for making you meet me out here like this.
No problem. It's not too bad out there right now. Junebug doing okay?
I shove my hands deep in my coat pockets, lest my shivering give that fib away. Millie beams at me before briefly turning her gaze to the car.
She's just fine. Just being proactive to prevent another incident before it happens. You read my text, right?
I respond with an ignorant frown. Millie's unsure of how to read at first, but she eventually replies with a small giggle. Audible movement from the back snaps her out of her smile, turning again to me with an almost apologetic expression.
Oh, right. I should probably warn you.
Of the man on the other side of the office window, rushing out to meet us the second we managed to make eye contact, I assume.
Hey, Mills. This your +1, I assume?
A deep sigh from his daughter before a forced smile and a small nod. His own grin is much more sincere in comparison.
Glad to finally put a face to the... Wait. I know you, don't I?
Oh yeah, we've met. He takes a step forward, which makes me instinctively take a step back to maintain the distance. Nevertheless, he leans in, giving me a quick once-over.
Olive, right? From Bellhop?
He got it half right, at least.
Bell House. But yeah, that's me. Good to see you again.
He, on the other hand, seems fully confident in his feelings, pulling himself upright again with a boastful smile.
Thought so. To think I was shaking your hand a few weeks ago. None the wiser.
Well, Olive wasn't any of the wiser at that time either, so you know. Mike gently taps Millie's arm with his elbow, an act which causes her to grimace.
You and your twist endings, huh? Ever the writer.
This gets an even stronger reaction out of her as she buries her face into her hands. Not entirely immune to his daughter's suffering, his smile softens a little and his posture mellows. Still, overall, his demeanor now compared to the Bell House last time is completely different. I'm not sure if it's due to being on his home turf of the shop or the fact he was expecting me.
Let me borrow your keys. Just gonna give her one last checkup real quick. Won't be more than a few seconds.
Excuse me. Millie obliges, wordlessly shoving her key ring into his hand. His expression doesn't falter as he turns to the car, humming a small tune to himself as he opens the driver's side door. In stark contrast, Millie continues to stew in her flustered frustration.
You're so dramatic. You should feel lucky to have such a doting dad.
If looks could kill, I'd be dead 10 times over. Man, he is just like such a pleasant looking man. Like I would love to just sit down and have a conversation with him. I feel like he'd just be like a good man to just like hang around and talk to. The car's starting to life is enough to finally pull Millie back into a normal standing position. After a few moments, Mike emerges from the car, poking his head over the roof.
Sounds good to me. How about you?
Perfect. I owe you one.
Well, if you're offering.
He cuts the engine and closes the door, tossing Millie her keys as he makes his way over to us again.
Come on down and visit more often, okay? The house and the garage have both felt emptier without you lately.
Millie hesitates to respond and instead playing with the keys in her hands. This is the first time all morning I've seen Mike's smile dampen. Oh, cause Charlie's around and she doesn't want to see Charlie. Oh, I hope no drama happens.
Things have been busy. Between finals and, you know, my relationship. Sorry, I'll try and be better about it.
Yeah, I know. I don't blame you or anything. I just swear I could still see little 7-year-old Millie around out of the corner of my eye sometimes.
It's a bit too early for my phantom to be haunting you.
He laughs through his nose.
Guess I might have a problem then. He's all over the place nowadays. Out front playing in the snow, excitedly bouncing in place whenever a customer brings a red car in, playing pinball with Caprice on the old work computer whenever Charlie needed a sitter.
You switched tenses.
He sighs, setting his smile back in place afterwards.
Guess I did. am doing?
Very funny.
Oh, whoops, I accidentally hit that too fast. She rolls her eyes, but she's fine matching her dad's smile. No one says anything for a couple seconds, and a moment that's equal parts serene and awkward.
So, what's the plan? Are we just gonna meet up at your place this evening?
Mike jumps to attention at my question, giving it serious thought once it actually registers. He does his head back and forth a few times before an answer seems to fall out of his brain. He digs into his pocket for another key, passing it to Millie.
You two can go on ahead if you want. I've got some business to take care of here. And I was planning to do a grocery run on the way home.
Are you sure? I don't mind killing time around town if you wanted to head back together.
Nah, no sense suffering out in the cold on my account.
Millie responds with an understanding nod. Satisfied with that, Mike turns his attention towards me instead.
The guest room's a bit of a mess right now. I hate to ask, but are you gonna be good with the couch?
Oh, is this gonna be like a multiple day trip? Oh no.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Good to hear. I'll pile up a bunch of extra pillows and blankets for you at least.
Oh no, yeah, if this is gonna be a multi-day trip, there's definitely gonna be some drama. He gives a small thumbs up, signaling the end of the conversation. Or so I think, before realization crosses his face and he turns to Millie again.
Oh yeah, most probably hungry by now. Make sure his bowl is topped up, would you?
Probably hungry? At this hour?
His ever-present confidence finally breaks as he delivers a nervous laugh.
Dad.
Love you. You two have fun. Make sure you give him the grand tour, Mills.
And he... Oh, did I accidentally skip again? Oh, I didn't. Okay. And he's gone before I have time to blink. All Millie can muster is a frustrated sigh. I leisurely drive out of the city and into the suburb. Bleh. My brain shut off for a moment. The leisurely drive out of the city into the suburbs was, as ever with Millie, a calm experience. I think I'm starting to enjoy our trips in her little car. As she pulls the handbrake up, I get out and retrieve the luggage while she fusses around in the driver's seat. Popping the trunk open, I drag out my modest duffel bag and swing over my shoulder before hauling out Millie's suitcase too.
Oh.
The letter O. Millie rushes out of the car to assist me, arriving just before the weight of her luggage can tip me over.
Sorry, I should have packed more economically. Ugh.
She grabs me by the arm and lugs both me and her suitcase off the road and into the front yard.
I'm such a mess right now.
Stressed?
No, I'm fine. There's just...
She claps her hands together as if to dissipate her frazzled energy.
so much family to think about. You know, full house and all.
There's a cloud that's been hanging over this entire holiday. This morning's diversion did an okay job of distracting me from it in the moment, but it had to come back around sooner or later. Millie's slumped shoulders and heavy sigh agree with me. At least being out here alone for a day will give us both some breathing space. Eager to focus on literally anything else, my gaze turns towards my home for the next few days. I guess Millie's dad managed to stay in an alright area at the cost of his commute. Sheesh. Few days, oh no. Compared to the houses on either side, all that's to be seen regarding the season is a Christmas tree visible through the window and a simple string of lights. Still, something about the simplicity is charming. Given how far out of town this is, it made sense to bunk with Millie for a couple of nights rather than have her drive in and out to pick me up each day. What's even more charming, however, is the allure of getting inside and out of the cold. I turn back to Millie, who is managing her luggage.
I can take that for you.
No, you can't. I just watched you try.
She picks up both my double bag and her suitcase like it's nothing. Smiling sweetly, she passes me on her way to the front door. She's a strong woman, and we love that for her.
The effort is appreciated, though.
Oh. Okay, then. Millie places my bag down to fetch the keys from her coat. I grab my bag while she opens the door, determined to, at the very least, carry my own weight. Oh, that looks cozy. We finally step inside, and I do my part by closing the door behind us. Millie sets her luggage down as gently as she's able, before briefly turning to me to make sure I'm managing okay. Millie's expression, usually relaxed and warm, shoots up and her smile widens tenfold in a way that I've only seen when talking shop over writing. Show me the cat. Show me. Oh, look at that chonker. Look at that absolute unit of a creature. You can't get any more chunky than that. Look at that pristine specimen. She spins around quickly to meet the source of the sound. What can best be described as a sentient orb with cat ears waddles out of the kitchen area. Their eyes meet, and Millie bends down and scoops him up as he approaches, struggling more with him than the baggage she was holding around moments ago.
Oh, I missed you, buddy. Jeez, Dad hasn't even been trying to make you follow that diet, huh?
Hey, you gonna introduce me?
Millie turns to me, cat still cradled in her arms.
Olive, meet Mr. Mo. There's a cat under all that flab somewhere, I promise.
She says, freeing one of her hands momentarily to affectionately pat his head.
I wanted to bring him with me when Caprice and I moved out for college, but our apartment doesn't allow pets. Looks like Dad's been spoiling him silly while I've been gone.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Mo.
Mr. Mo. I love Mr. Mo. That's my new Oshi. Millie sits him down gently as he begins to fuss in her arms. He approaches me, giving my legs a couple quick sniffs before sauntering away to the couch.
He likes you!
I can't imagine how she managed to gather that from our interaction.
Anyway, let's start getting settled in. Do you want to store your things in my room for now?
My eyes move around as I gingerly finish a quick lunch of sandwiches in the living room, Millie returning after depositing her finished glass and plate in the kitchen. The noise of the radio, occasionally more static than voice, drones on with the weather report for the day. All the usual bits and pieces collected during a life sit here and there, the place is generally a lot cleaner than I expected. From what Haley told me, I figured the place would be decked out with festive cheer and lights. Instead, it looks a lot more like what my mom and I would put up. A little tree in the corner, a small reminder of the season without much fanfare. Millie herself looks a bit disappointed.
Sorry, there's not much decoration. We're usually more on top of things.
I don't mind either way. I think it's cozy.
I guess that's a word for it.
She shrugs and puts a few presents under the tree, stacking them neatly together. When she stands, she looks out the front window with a smile.
The weather looks like it'll be good today.
You want to explore outside a bit?
Dad told me to give you the grand tour, remember? Grab your coat.
Sounds like a plan.
You know, I think this is the longest we've gone without like any kind of like big time jump for a while, huh? Trudging through the snow, I quietly follow Millie's lead as we walk. The expedition is a welcome distraction from the morning's events for her. Now I have a better lay of the land, I can see that the Clark house is right on the outskirts of the suburb itself. Having struck outwards from the houses behind us, we now walk along the winding train tracks. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the weather report ended up being wrong. Well, the snowfall isn't bad enough to turn back. The two of us not being that far from the house anyway, it's difficult to see far. Feels all that much more alone out here.
So where are we headed?
Just to the bridge, the one we drove over on the way here.
Guessing you used to come here often?
That's a good looking bridge. She gives a nod.
We'd walk out here on the way to the convenience store sometimes. Not many other places to go around here without driving into the city. Most of the time, it was more of a matter of me bringing Mom out while Dad was at work during the day. Hey, this is a bit of a shot in the dark, but did you ever have a train set or something similar growing up?
I did, actually. Funny story. I did have a train set growing up, but I had a very bad habit of chewing things on the kid, so I think I remember I actually like chewed the wheels off of one, and then I kinda never got a replacement, you know?
Kind of. These tracks making you nostalgic?
Maybe a little. It's just something small that sprang to mind.
She gives a small nod to the side, guiding my gaze to the train tracks on the other side of the railing.
Dad had one he kept around. He actually left a few tracks and cars behind when he left. I was never allowed to play with it before then, but it was fun when I could. It's probably still in an old cardboard box somewhere at my mom's.
Sorry. Sounds like it was more of a collection than a toy for you.
I think so. Yeah.
For me, I just like to watch them go by.
I'm about to ask what she means. If she had an electric set or something, but the sound behind me interrupts me before I can start. A bare, bright yellow lights shine through the falling snow. The foghorn reverberating through the air as the freight train approaches, looming through the white fog ahead.
Welcome to my childhood train set.
As the bridge beneath us begins to shake, I find my grip on the railing tightening. Millie, on the other hand, is practically leaning over it entirely. I never really appreciated just how giant they actually are until being this close to one as it's moving. I'm winded as the machine rumbles by, the clattering of the rails and carriages filling my ears. Millie looks on with an expression of childlike excitement. I'm sure no different to the face she had at the same scene 10 or more years past. I can't help but smile at the earnest sense of wonder she's managed to keep a hold of and into adulthood. Carriage after carriage passes us, Millie's eyes never tearing from the sight. This really is a train set for her, but far larger than the one I'd had. After what must be quite a few minutes, it finally passes, leaving the two of us to watch the last of his cargo-laden stock disappear into the snowfall as we transition to the other side of the bridge. The deafening racket slowly fades in the snowy distance, leaving a pleasant silence.
That was cool.
Wasn't it? You don't get to see stuff like that up close in the city, do you?
Not in the same way. I mean, there is actually a train that runs not too far from me, but it doesn't have like a good like viewing area, you know? It's just more like kind of like slapped into the city. She's practically buoyant, raising herself up and down on the balls of her feet as she's filled with renewed energy. As she settles down, Millie's excitement turns to a warm smile across her face.
Good to know that if we're ever tight on cash, I can just take you train spotting for a day.
He gives me a gentle push, laughing as she does so. Her smile doesn't go away, but it definitely softens not long after.
I don't think Mom quite understood it. She always humored me when I dragged her out here, though.
So both the parents were around at one point. Her face grows distant, an odd look of nostalgia and sadness crossing her expression.
You must miss her a lot, huh?
Yeah, I do.
I've never asked before. All this time, every time she's brought up her mom has been in passing. An anecdote, a fond memory, a small touch. You know, she's passed on. Almost every aspect of Millie's life has been touched by her in some way. Millie treasures every moment she shares with her mom. That much is clear. I almost feel guilty not asking sooner, seeing her eyes light with love at the opportunity to share more about her. I slow my walking, turn towards the lake. Millie stands at my side, exhaling a long breath of fog into the air.
What was she like?
She was gentle, very quiet too. Even as a child, I noticed that. She loved books, taking walks. She kept a journal, several actually. I remember her handwriting was so pretty. I would ask her to write my name for me, over and over, so I could practice it.
It sounds like you were pretty similar.
She gives a smile of appreciation at the sentiment, but there's an insincerity to it.
I don't know. I don't think I resemble her very much. If I did, I think I'd be... sorry, I don't mean to be a downer.
Something shifts in Millie, like she snaps out of her head. She turns to me, giving me the same kind of easygoing grin she would use all the time in the writing club.
Huh? I asked.
We should get moving before it gets too cold.
Read the mood, homie. She doesn't want to talk right now. Quashing down any lingering feelings, Millie doesn't wait for me to agree. She thrusts her hands into her pockets and shakes her head. I want to ask more. At least give her a space to talk if she'd like to. I have to remember I'm just a friend, not a partner, not involved more than I have to be. I wonder if she feels the need to keep up her act in front of me because of that. The two of us begin the long walk back to her house, me jogging slightly to catch up to her. Neither of us neither of us say much, save for some pleasant small talk. I can only hope, probably fruitlessly, that tomorrow is just as calm. Oh boy, moment of truth. How bad is it gonna be? Last night gave us surprisingly good sleep, all things considered. The house is quite peaceful, a far cry from the ambient noises of sleeping in an apartment building. Aside from leaving me with stiff shoulders, the couch was comfortable enough for me to rest on too. After a quick stretch, I reached for my glasses, officially ready to start the day. So now what? Looking for ways to occupy my idle hands, I reach for the blanket I was using last night and start folding it away. I don't need it again tonight, but I'm sure the living room will be seeing a lot of use, and it wouldn't do for the couch to be such a mess. As I'm wrapping up my cleaning, the kitchen behind me starts showing signs of life, with the sounds of an early sizzle finding its way to my ears. By her own admission, Millie isn't much of a cook, which narrows down the options pretty significantly. I stand up and add the mountain of pillows Mike provided me atop the now folded blanket. Before turning towards the kitchen, I take a few steps over to the entertainment center to steal a glance at my phone charging away. It's not even 6:30 yet, and who knows how long he'd been out here before I woke up. I thought I was a morning person, but not to that extent, and definitely not on a holiday. With that minor curiosity sated, I make my way towards the entranceway of the kitchen. As predicted, he's hunched over a pan, not doing much of anything other than observing it right now. It's early enough into the process where whatever he's working on isn't giving off a strong enough an aroma to clue me in on what breakfast is going to be yet.
Morning.
He turns his head, looking as if he'd just seen a ghost before returning to his typical hard-to-read self.
Oh, morning. Didn't wake you, did I?
Nah, this is about the standard for me. So, Or should I put all this for now?
Just put the pile by the stairs. I'll put things away later. Breakfast should be done in 40 minutes or so, give or take. Probably give.
Will do. Should I wake Millie up?
If you're looking for a Christmas Day breakup, maybe. She'll make her way down eventually, don't worry.
Him turning back to his pen is enough of a signal that our brief conversation is over. After plopping the bedding off by the stairs as instructed, all I can think to do is return to the couch while I wait for something to eventually pull at my attention as the world starts to wake. And wake it does. Just a few minutes after the house starts smelling like pancake batter, the sound of a door opening can be heard faintly from upstairs. Aw, the paw print pajamas. That's cute. Followed by a massive yawn and a loud meow, and then finally the dragging of feet down the steps.
Dad, it's barely 7.
I let you sleep in. Happy holidays. Every time I see that cat, it just makes me smile. His laughs from the kitchen drown out any further mumblings from her as she collapses beside me on the couch. Their bedtime partner instead choosing to patter his way to Mike's side. Aw, morning, Mo.
He's still dieting. Don't you dare.
She doesn't get a response, and she doesn't push it farther, likely knowing it's a fruitless endeavor.
Sleep well?
It was going great until a few minutes ago.
Another yawn, punctuated by her rubbing some sleep from her eyes. I want to feel sympathetic for her, but it's hard not to smile.
How about you? I can't imagine it was too comfortable.
It could have been worse. Honestly, it might have even been an upgrade.
I think that says more about your bed than it does the couch.
Probably.
We share a brief smile before being interrupted by the clattering of plates. Mike emerges from behind us, plates piled high with pancakes on a tray in one hand, a couple cups of coffee in the other, Mr. Mo close behind. Even working at a diner myself for so long, I'd be terrified of carrying around anything even remotely similar, the potential of a mess being almost catastrophic. The tray finds its way safely to the table before us, with the coffee soon after, hardly a drop out of place.
If you don't take your coffee black, just let me know and I can bring out some sweetener.
Black works fine for me. Thank you.
Sort of figured it would. You seem like the type.
I have no idea what the implication is there, or if it's supposed to be a compliment. The fact that Millie's cup is an equal shade of dark probably means it isn't an insult, though. Millie wastes no time taking her first sip, desperate for some help with shaking herself awake. With his hands emptied, Mike brushes them together to signify a job well done and turns to make his way back to the kitchen.
Are you not having anything? We could eat together.
Nah, dinner's gonna be an all-day project, I fear. You two enjoy yourselves, though.
What are you cooking? And with that, he's gone. Millie responds with a sigh before turning the TV on for some white noise and then picking up her plate.
I wish he'd slow down at least a little.
Considering the gravity of the situation, I can't but feel it's exactly because of everything going on that he must be trying so hard. The only reason we're here early is to help out with the festivities, after all. Still, that wouldn't be a very helpful reply, so I keep it to myself and we enjoy our breakfast together. The morning passes by quickly. Between wrapping presents together and running to and from the store to grab ingredients for Mike's dinner's recipes, the amount of last-minute preparation is more than enough to keep us busy. As late afternoon sneaks up on us, we eventually find a break to return to where we started the day, side by side on the couch, Mr. Mo napping comfortably on Millie's lap. It's mostly silent now, the only noises being some faint radio program that Mike's listening to in the kitchen and the sound of cooking. It's inevitable that I start to wander, with mine eventually resting on the numerous shelves underneath the stairs. More pictures lined them than I can count. Mike has them for most of them. Him being camera shy seems like the best explanation there. The grand majority of the photos feature Millie at various ages. Another woman can be spotted in several as well. Her red hair still leaves a spot even as the pictures she's in have otherwise begun to fade.
I wish you could have met her.
I've been caught staring.
Me too.
Seemingly given consent to continue my snooping, my eyes return to the shelves. Millie's mom is almost never alone. I have 10 pictures pairing her with her daughter, with everything from formal family photos to playing together in the park.
She seems like a really special person.
Mm-hmm.
She's a few degrees quieter than before. Not entirely sure if it's due to her trying to pull memories in the back of her mind, or simply wanting to keep the conversation out of her dad's ears. Probably a mix of the two.
Remember when I gave you a tour of the apartment and you started poking around my room?
That was earlier today.
It wasn't poking.
Oh no, it was. Anyway, that old journal in there? It was hers. Well, ours.
She leans back further into the couch, slow enough to not stir Mo.
Back when she knew what was coming, she started filling it front to back with things she wanted to say to me. Recipes, messages for every milestone you could think of, countless pages of advice. We'd fill in some pages together, with me asking questions and her answering them the best she could. That's the kind of person she was.
I sink back into the couch as well to try and meet her eyesight better. I feel like I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be, even hearing about his existence.
She was so thorough about it, too. She had an answer to almost everything. Holding on to what's important, how to be there for someone, dealing with stress, what to do if Dad remarries.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah. She was already quiet, but that barely even registered as a whisper. I wish I had more to say in response to that, but what else can even be said? She gives Mr. Mo a couple gentle taps, prompting him to crawl off her and into the space between us. With her newfound freedom, Millie stands up to grab a picture from the shelf before returning to my side. Millie's and Caprice's moms, both smiling as wide as they're able, babies cradled in their arms.
That one was left blank. I guess she lost her nerves.
Did she run out of time?
I don't know. Maybe.
She strokes the frame a bit with her thumb, slowly and thoughtfully.
Things were so easy before all this. For all of us.
Moment of truth. Our heart-to-heart is cut short by the echo of the doorbell throughout the house. Millie jumps up in a panic, placing the photo haphazardly on the table before making a beeline for the stairs.
Hey, wait! I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet. Cover for me.
And she's gone. Mike Wake makes his way out of the kitchen for the first time since this morning to greet me, gazing briefly up the stairs before turning to the door. Mike takes the lead, twisting a door knob, revealing Caprice and her mother on the other side.
Hey!
Hi.
Not as warm as I expect two lovebirds to be. I guess walking on eggshells about the entire thing is sort of inevitable given the circumstances.
Olive! Long time no see!
Spotting me from behind Mike's back, Caprice worms her way past him to greet me properly.
Come in.
looking well.
She readjusts her hat with a grin and plays to a proper response. Still, it's enough to get the picture. With that out of the way, she makes her way to the Christmas tree, setting out a couple gifts under the tree with an amount of care and restraint I would never have thought her capable of.
Nice to see you again. I was really excited when I heard you'd be coming over.
The sound of a door closing follows right after the voice pulls my attention away from Caprice and towards her parent.
It's good to see you too, Miss Shifton.
A grimace, and not from me for once. Thankfully, her smile returns not long after.
Charlie works fine. Looks like Millie's picked out someone just as formal as she is.
Speaking of which, where is she?
Caprice joins in on our little circle, forming around the front door after giving the living room a quick scan for her friend. Mike and I answer by turning our eyes up the stairs.
I'll go get her.
That's the first thing I expected and the last thing I wanted to hear.
Let's just hang down here a bit. Give her a minute, okay?
But
You know, I do appreciate that despite how awkward Millie feels, it does kind of feel like the parents are kind of keyed into it, you know? Like they definitely want to try and make things more comfy for her, but they're also kind of willing to respect her boundaries as best as possible.
It'll be fine. You want to help me finish up some things in the kitchen in the meantime, Caprice?
yeah, okay.
I am stunned at how expertly they diffused that situation before it even had a chance to ignite. I'd never say as much in front of Millie, but early impressions show they make a good pair. I should count my blessings. I don't know how well I'd be able to cover for her, let alone against Caprice's energy, so it's a relief that I didn't have to in the first place. As Mike and Caprice disappear in the kitchen, Charlie heads the opposite way, propping herself up on the backside of the couch, beckoning me to follow.
You sleep okay? Mike's not making you take the couch, is he?
Yeah, but it was fine. I just told Millie this morning it was a better sleep than my actual bed.
Well, if you're sure. You and Millie doing okay? I don't hear from her much these days.
A hint of sadness at the tail end of that, but only a hint. Just enough to make me feel bad for lying about us.
Couldn't be better. Well, there's some stressful stuff going on, I guess, but you know what I mean.
I do, yeah.
After a small sigh, the smile on her face grows.
That's a relief to hear. She's been going through a lot, so I was thrilled when I heard she found someone.
That's not quite the response I expect from the person at the root of most Millie's stresses. Whoa, man's good morning, Gil. First off, congrats on your 24-hour stream. Or over 24 hours. I actually had to go run some errands, so I know you had to meander after. I hope you got some good rest. We're intruding on a very awkward family Christmas get-together. Ooh. But yeah. My mind thinks back to the picture of her alongside Millie's mom, and my eyes follow. Charlie takes notice, turning her head back to the photo on the table. Yeah, no, just rest however you need to. Without a word, she props herself up and circles around the couch, picking the photo frame up with utmost care. Mr. Mo! Mo finally takes notice of her presence, hopping off his resting place and rubbing himself fondly across her leg briefly before making his way back into the kitchen.
Someone's been reminiscing.
Her smile takes on new meaning, the sorrow in her eyes telling the true story. She approaches slowly at the edge of the frame with her thumb, mirroring Millie's movements almost exactly.
Were you too close?
I immediately regret asking. I'm not even sure what I'd do with the answer. Nevertheless, she's all too eager to reply.
Adelaide was my best friend. I think about her every day. I hope Millie knows we at least have that much we can still share together.
Man, that's gotta be, like, really awkward, because originally it was like, okay, like, Caprice and Millie were, like, friends and their parents were getting married, you know, whatever, like, odd situation, but it happens. But now it's like, no, they're more than just friends. They really are, like, born and raised together. Like, it's basically like someone you've known your entire life is, like, it feels like you're betraying. It basically, like, probably to Millie's eyes, it feels like Charlie's probably betraying her best friend by marrying her dad. It's a complex situation.
I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry for.
Well, if nothing else, then at least I have a name I can put to the face now. Charlie returns the picture to its rightful place, fiddling with the angle a few times before being satisfied enough to walk away and return to the back of the couch. Also, I do want to applaud, like, Olive's, like, maturity here as well. Because, like, even though, like, clearly Millie is very uncomfortable being around Charlie, Olive is still, like, treating Charlie very fairly. And, like, just being a good neutral party. I still don't understand all the details. The entire marriage is one giant blur. But it's hard to believe there's even an ounce of malice intended here. It'd be a lot easier if there was.
Dinner's done!
Caprice's shout gets a small jump out of me, while Charlie is entirely unfazed. Charlie and I return to the kitchen entrance, meeting up once again with Mike and Caprice.
You managed to keep him from burning the house down, it looks like.
If he was gonna do that, it would have already happened. I was just stuck with setting the table.
Just a joke. It smells great, Mike.
As always, don't get your hopes up. I haven't been practicing much since Millie moved out.
One of these days, we're going to get you to accept a compliment.
If you ever figure out how, let me know. I've been trying for about 21 years now.
All four of us immediately shift our eyes up the staircase as Millie makes her descend. The gentle smile on her face is undoubtedly a result of her working up the nerves to come back down.
It's good to see you. I was worried you were gonna miss the entire night.
Oh, you know, just wanted to be fashionably late. Hard to pull off when you live here, though.
Well, you managed it anyway.
Millie laughs under her breath, and the tensions in the room immediately lighten. It's hard to tell if things are really okay, but if both of them are putting in the effort, this night might turn out okay after all. Dinner went as well as it could have. Kind words, catching up, the odd friendly ribbing here and there. There was also a lot of unsubtle pivots away from certain points of discussion as well. It's sweeping the conversation under the rug, but for the sake of the holiday, it was probably for the best. The rest of the evening has been taken up by unwrapping gifts. It's a modest pile, but that just allows people more time to say their thank yous after each one. Millie gives me a Todd countertop rice cooker, just big enough for a couple cups, likely due to my recent complaining that mine broke a while back. In return, I managed to find a hardcover copy of one of her favorite novels after learning she likes to collect special editions of her favorites. However, as it is, no one seems to notice or comment on how the most we'll do after a gift is a pat on the back or a hug. Our individual piles start to grow as the one under the tree continues to shrink. In the end, all that remains is a thin, medium-sized rectangle, from Caprice to Millie. Mike passes it up to her before resuming his place, staying on the edge of the couch next to Charlie. Yeah, enjoy Lurk. I know you had like a very long stream yesterday, Gil, so you take as much time as you need. Do whatever you need to. Take care of yourself, Chief. She absentmindedly tears away at the wrapping as Caprice starts to slowly lean to watch. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I follow her lead. No, she's sweating a bit. Uh-oh. Millie's smile drops.
Caprice, what is...
Charlie and Mike circle around to take a peek. They both seem just as shocked as Millie. Oh. As she tears away the rest of the paper, the gift fully realizes itself as a painting of Millie's mom. I have a bad feeling. Like, it's a very, very sweet gift. An absurdly sweet and thoughtful gift. But given the circumstances, I'm worried it won't be too well received. I'm not an artist by any stretch, but even I'm impressed by the quality of it. Even I'm sure that's not the reason why everyone else in the room looks so stunned.
I was originally gonna do it myself. I had been working on it for months, but it just wasn't where I wanted it to be, and I needed it to be perfect. Eileen's the best in the biz when it comes to painting people. I know you still miss her a lot, so I wanted to get you this. Something brand new of her, like a new memory of her, sorta.
Again, like a extremely sweet and thoughtful gift. Like, extremely sweet, but given circumstances, I'm worried. Capri speaks softly, the sincerity playing in her voice. That just makes the accompanied silence that much more painful.
I thought maybe we could hang it up somewhere, together. I don't want you to forget your mom either, Millie. I wanted to prove that. But maybe with this, we can move on too?
Ooh, I'm afraid to continue. Oh, I'm scared. Time passes in dull silence. Everyone waiting for any sort of response.
Ring is missing.
Ooh, yeah.
Huh?
Her wedding ring.
There it is.
Oh, well, that's not a big deal, I'm sure.
Not a big deal? It's part of who she was.
Millie closes her eyes, transparently to push back some form of frustration while the rest of us look on.
Look, I appreciate it, but I can't accept this. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Hey, come on. Eileen only agreed to help with this because it was for you. People care about you, you know?
Caprice attempts to playfully keep the mood up, but her voice doesn't match her face. Her smile is strained, and Millie avoids her gaze completely.
I don't need your club to look after me.
Well, one of them has to.
Millie's expression warps from its previously confused, hard-to-read stain to one of anger, staring daggers into Caprice.
Caprice, hey.
Charlie's weak attempt at talking down her daughter has an undertone of resignation. It's too late to put this back in its box, and everybody knows it.
You surround yourself with negative people and experiences, and then wonder why you feel so down in the dumps.
Oh no.
You aren't stupid. You know the club stuff isn't what this is about.
I have no idea what this is about. You never try to explain anything, and when we do finally get you to open up, it's all a big contradictory mess.
The volume continues to rise even through clenched teeth. They're both close to breaking, and I'm dreading finding out which one cracks first.
Oh, I just don't want Mom to be forgotten. Oh, I don't want this reminder of Mom because of some dumb ring.
If it's so dumb, then why are we all making such a big deal about your mom having one now?
Caprice physically recoils back in anger, unsure of how to process that. Her mother keeps her eyes trained downwards, fidgeting with the band on her finger.
How can you even say that with a straight face? What's your problem?
Oh, sorry. Guess it's only dumb when it's important to me. Lesson learned.
Mom and I love you. I just want you to talk to us.
And I just want you both out of my life!
Not waiting for a rebuttal, Millie hastily grabs her coat from the coat rack at the door and opens it all in the span of a few seconds. I go to follow her on instinct before I stop dead in my tracks as she turns to face me.
Stay here, Olive.
I want...
Please.
Oof. My legs want to deny her more than anything, but my mind refuses to take another step. As the door slams behind her, my heart shatters. Turning my attention back to the couch reveals a totally different scene than the one that was there just minutes ago. Charlie slumps forward, her face buried deep in her hands.
Oh, Aid.
Mike places a hand on one of her shoulders, giving it a supportive shake. He gently picks up the piece of art that unraveled everyone's best intentions for the rest of the night.
It's a beautiful painting, Caprice. Thank you.
Wordlessly, Caprice stands in, leaves the room, slamming the door of the guest room behind her. Incredibly out of my element and with nowhere else to go, I head to the kitchen and bury all my emotions into the waiting pile of dishes, pots, and pans. As I clean, I feel my face getting hotter and tears prick at my eyes. I should have said something. I should have done something. I should have followed her. I should have done anything instead of just standing there. The night ends with Caprice and Charlie quietly leaving. Mike disappearing into his bedroom and me falling asleep at the kitchen table waiting for Millie to return. Oh. Bright lights on my closed eyes are enough to shock me awake from my sleep at the table. Gradually, I rub my eyes and attempt to shield them from the brightness. My neck's so stiff from the awkward pose, I can barely bend it. Mike, who seemed to have forgotten I was sleeping here, meets my gaze and immediately apologizes under his breath. He goes back to whatever he was doing.
All good?
It's getting late.
His tone is enough to alert me. At the start, I stand up, glancing at the wall clock. It's nearly 2 a.m.
She's not back yet?
I was gonna go drive and see if I can find her. She left her phone here, so I can't call.
I don't register anything else since I hear that. Already dressed and ready to go, I go over to the front door and take my coat off the hook.
I'll go out and find her.
He looks me in the eyes for a while. The concern he showed for Millie being directed at me as well.
You think you know where she is?
I have a pretty good idea, yeah.
The train. He pauses. Without further comment, he just nods, putting his keys back on the shelf.
Stay safe.
I will.
Yup. Straight up the long road, it looks like I was right on the money. Millie stands on the bridge, arms on the railing and a beer can in hand. A few more sit in a bag beside her, a couple already empty. I make my way beside her and take a can for myself. There's a strange serenity to all this. As I sip the bitter beer, the moonlight's reflection almost seems to glow on the calm water's surface. Aside from the rare passing car behind us, we're entirely alone out here.
Mind if I join you?
She gives a simple shrug. Millie looks completely burned out as she stares out over the slowly flowing river, barely having acknowledged my arrival. Her voice is quiet and husky when she speaks.
Dad
dad doesn't like me drinking around him, and I really needed to get out of there.
She swirls a can around in her hand, almost empty.
Alone?
And that was the whole point of all this. To me, it was. She barely gives me a glance. A jaded look that stops me right in my tracks from pushing more on the topic. The two of us stay in silence for a while as snow begins falling. Much as I'd like to comfort Millie, I don't know how to open the conversation. We both know the problem, or rather, the many problems that she has right now. Maybe just being around is enough. Both of us grew up with a single parent, but beyond that, our lives have gone in such different directions. Mine ended up so simple, pared back as much as it possibly could be. Just me and Mom, eking out a living every day. I came back to an empty apartment. The more time I spend with Millie, the more complex I see her life has become, to the point where it's overwhelmed her. From her club disintegrating beneath her, to losing her mom, to the wedding Caprice's reaction to it, the two losing the friendship they once had. I might want to help Millie untangle the vines constricting her, but I don't know where to start. I'm not even sure if I can. Two of us drink, alone together on the bridge between her old life and the new.
None of this is your fault.
She gives a cynical snort.
Talk to me, please. I can't do much, but I can listen at least.
What do you want to hear, Olive? More riveting tales about my dead mom? How sorry I am for being a terrible daughter? Maybe you just want to know more about why that stupid club is crumbling beneath my feet. Or is this talk about how I wrapped you, the last person who gave me any sense of normalcy, into this big performative lie?
She turns to me, her voice rising, drops a beer flying out of the can. I stand there and take it, even as she gets angrier, and even as she begins to take it out on me.
Let's get it all out there! After all, everything is Millie's fault. She's the bad guy. Why can't she just accept things as they...
She catches herself, stopping to stare at me as I look back in stoic silence. The regret on her face is clear.
I'm sorry.
Millie cradles her head in her hands and leans back in the railing. It reminds me of a scared child hiding from a storm.
I'm so sorry. It's all just... It's so hard.
I know it is.
You must hate me now. Just like everyone else.
I don't.
You regret spending Christmas here at least.
I don't feel that way either.
Oh.
I just want to listen, Millie.
Where do I even begin?
Caprice seems like a good start.
Millie's face sours.
She's so... I don't understand why she...
Even the writer, Millie edits herself in real time, searching for the right words.
She treats everything like some childish rivalry between us. I'm desperately trying to hold my life together, but does she care? It's honestly hard to tell, because it's always about Caprice. What Caprice wants. She pulls everyone around her into her orbit, whether they like it or not. So, I do my best with it. It doesn't matter how much bending or verbal acrobatics it takes, I will always try to solve things delicately. There she is, thrashing around like a bull in a china shop, undoing the peace and normalcy people build for themselves. Once she gets excited, it's as if people's feelings don't even matter. Join the art club!
Who cares if there's already a perfectly good one? Let me use the booth for your club. Oh, what do you know? Looks like we're gonna be family.
She chucks her beer can off the bridge. It lands in the water with a subdued and muted plop. Her breathing is heavy as she glares into the foggy distance.
Do you hate her?
I love her!
She looks back at me. Tears begin streaming down her face.
I love Caprice. I always have. She's my sister.
Millie throws herself to me, clutching me as tight as she can. Her sobbing is loud and painful, echoing down the bridge.
I hate this. Why can't everything go back to the way it was? I don't need our parents to be married for us to be family. I don't want a replacement for what I've lost. Why won't they understand that?
As awful as I feel, I remain silent. So many words come to mind. Condolences, assurances. All of them feel unnatural and forced, and so none of them fill the air. I wish so badly I could give Millie the peace she deserves and the happiness to pursue it. But the stark truth that I'm forced to face as my coat dampens with her tears is that I can't. There's nothing I can offer, only useless platitudes. I'm unequipped, out of my depth. So with the absence of any answers, I return the hug and hold her tight until eventually, mercifully, the trembling stops. I might not be able to fix everything, but I still want to help. I just want her to be happy, no matter what it takes.
Hey, Millie? Let's head home early tomorrow.
She shakes her head, still wrapped in my arms.
I don't feel like I have a home to go to anymore.
You can stay with me if you want. For as long as you need.
I think I love you, Olive.
Aw. Or as we said to each other before, in front of others to keep up our convenient lie. Now, though, with no one to hear them but me, they sound totally different. My heart feels full to the brim and broken in two. I find it hard to piece together the right response, or if there's even a right thing to say at all in this moment. Eventually, however, 6 words come to me.
I think I love you too.
Aw. This is how the game started. When we told Mike we were leaving early, he didn't question our protest. I wonder if Millie would have felt better if he did. The fine line between wanting your space and hoping your loved ones reach out to you for you is delicate. And it's one Millie has been struggling to walk for a long, long time. My apartment is scarce. The heating is faulty at the best of time. It's loud during the night with the roads below ever active. But it's all I can offer and the best she's got. Shivering from the cold morning air, I opened the door to our home. Mr. Mo. Wait, did the cat come with us? Oh, does All's apartment allow pets? The small welcome is enough to make me jump and instinctively hide my free hand poorly behind my back. Before her luggage she had originally taken for the trip and any of her own personal items she wanted to bring from her house, she had asked about Mr. Mo. My apartment allows small pets, and that was all she needed to hear before retrieving his carrier. That being said, I'm not sure if the word small best describes him. His friendly headbutt managing to push me back a step. Another sound of an opening door, followed by the dragging of feet. Within seconds, Millie emerges from the hallway. She wipes some sleep from her eye, woken by the commotion.
Good morning. You were out early.
Yeah. I was hoping to get back before you woke up.
Foiled by Mo.
Seems so.
Cat noises make me happy. Thanks for the commentary. She meets my drooping expression with a giggle.
If it's any consolation, I'd much rather still be sleeping. I take no joy in your defeat.
She punctuates her declaration with a very loud, very long yawn. When her hand comes down from her mouth and her eyes open, I notice them slowly drag backwards, settling on the moss bouquet hidden hastily behind my back. My eyes follow hers, choosing to stare at the bundle of flowers rather than dare to make eye contact as I stammer the words out.
I figured, well, if we're gonna do this for real, we should get our story straight.
I've been rehearsing this in my head since the idea came to me yesterday afternoon, and I still can't believe I'm going through with it.
So,
with a deep breath, I pull my arm out from behind me and shove it directly to my front as fast as I'm able. It's not an extravagant arrangement, but I try my best to pick out something she'd like given what was available. I still can't bring myself to meet her eyes, choosing instead to train my gaze to the floor as I deliver my ramblings.
I think I love you, Millie. I don't want things to end after a semester together. Would you like to go out sometime?
I keep my eyes firmly trained anywhere but her as I wait for a response. I don't know what I'm expecting. We had decided to make things legitimate on the bridge and confirm things the morning after. But I still find my heart beating on my chest regardless. I wait for an answer, but nothing ever comes. Did she not get what I'm trying to do? Am I just being dumb? Won't be the first time, I guess. How was I smoother in a fake relationship than... My mind goes blank as her hand envelops mine. My eyes finally shoot up and meet hers again. I met with a heavy blush, mirroring mine, I'm sure. And a large, warm smile I feel like I haven't seen from her in forever.
I'd love to.
Our response passed loosening my grip on the poor flowers, relinquishing them to their new owner. Only after they're out of my hands do I notice small imperfections from afar. A slight wilt on a single petal, an unpleasant trim where a flower meets a stem. Nevertheless, Millie gazes to them fondly, slowly admiring them.
Guess that's that then.
What can I say? You won me over.
Even as she speaks, she never looks up to face me directly, still enamored by her gift.
That story of yours was something else, you know. That last chapter was a real tearjerker.
Oh yeah, the supposed story. She cradles the bouquet on her arm, allowing her to easily remove a lone flower. A faded pink rose. With all the care and tenderness that I lacked when showing the flowers in her face, she gently presents it to me.
I'm really looking forward to see where you take it next.
And I take the flower from her, our eyes finally meeting after a morning of active avoidance.
I'm not much of a writer, but I'll try not to disappoint.
My writing class is over. Done. With any luck, I'll never have to step inside that room again. Even after my passing grade, I still never felt confident in my ability to put words to paper. Not really. For the first time, though, I find myself excited to start on this story. How could I not be with a co-author like her? Okay, I was gonna say, you can't just end it on all that. After all that drama and they get together and end it there. The last rays of sunlight are just barely peeking in from the window. The cold Rhine Club room struggling to warm up again after the winter break. After moving out and finally getting some space to breathe from all the pressure in her life, I thought the last thing Millie would want to do would be to start the writing club again. But lo and behold, here we are, sticking to the same schedule she made before the break started. She sent out a message yesterday to the group to mixed reception. Heather was the first to reply, sending out sarcastic, yay. Darren never responded, and Tanya sent in almost too many happy face emotes.
New year, new club, huh?
Okay. I did look at the time, though. Also, how long I've been streaming. It's been almost 4 hours. Dear Lord. Okay, we're going to save over that one. But I think definitely a good place to end it. Dear Lord, I really have been streaming for a while. 4 hours of TwoFold. Dear Lord. Not going to worry about raiding anyone tonight, though, because I do want to go crawl in bed. Because, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I have a very, 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 very hectic morning tomorrow. But God, I love this game. The story they're telling here is very good. And definitely, like, a lot more grounded, I feel. Like, I feel there's a lot more I can relate to, a lot more I can kind of think about. Oh, I'm excited to see where this goes. But, alas, for tonight, that is the end of the road. I will, however... I might be back tomorrow. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. I do have a few... Like I said, tomorrow's a hectic day. But maybe I'll want to wind down after all that with some Yakuza. We'll see. For now, though, that will be it tonight. Not going to raid tonight. I'm just going to kind of go... Because there are a couple people I could raid, but I haven't gotten... How do I put it? I have a couple people I could raid, but I still haven't gotten a good chance to kind of like scout, like peep into their streams too much and see if the vibes line up, so we'll save that for another night. For tonight, though, that's going to be it for me. I appreciate everybody who stopped by, even if you were just lurking. But yeah, that'll be it for me tonight. You all have a good day, night, evening, whatever time zone you're in, and I'll see y'all when I see you. Okay? Okay. Goodbye.